Okay, so you're going to give me a count in.
Yep, I will open the day and introduce you.
Dope.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us today for Tuesday, DeFi Day at MetaFEST. I'm your host today, Penguin. You'll see me all day. I will be on the panel later, and I'm going to be introducing all of our speakers. So first off, I'd like to introduce JB87 from Harvest Finance. He's going to tell us a little bit about what he's working on and let us know how it goes. I will turn the floor over to you, JB. Thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to learning more.
Thank you very much for having me, Penguin, and thank you to MetaGame for having me on. Got some dope ass graphics, as you can see in my photo here. So I'd just like to do a quick self-intro. My name is JB Crypto, or Josh, as my real name is. I'm a community manager at Harvest Finance. I'm also a Chinese community manager at 88MPH, and I'm also a representative at DRC, Digital Reserve Currency. I kind of thought I'd come on today and speak a little bit about community in crypto in general. I've got lucky enough to be in a position to be on the team at something amazing like Harvest, something amazing like 88PH, and also DRC. The thing about community in crypto is that it's kind of like nothing else. For me, it's what makes crypto and DeFi in general so special. I'd like to just kind of talk about why. So crypto and DeFi is a special space for three principal reasons, I think. The first one is obviously decentralization. The second one is democratization. And lastly is just the community aspect itself. What does decentralization mean, right? Decentralization in crypto is such a muddy term. It's such a vague term. People throw it around all the time, and it's used to shill. It's used to actually be descriptive, and it's used to kind of justify the heinous gains that people are making on a regular basis. They say, oh, through our decentralized protocols, we are, we're not manipulating anything. We're doing amazing things. And I do think that decentralization is absolutely the most important part of crypto, but also just the most important thing for the next, for this space. The decentralization is so necessary because at the moment, with the centralized world in which we live in, things are kind of taking a bit of a nosedive. For me, the biggest problem is that the centralized world we live in right now is causing us to be very afraid of each other and be afraid of kind of putting ourselves out there and not allowing us to progress by ourselves as individuals. We can't choose what we do. We can't choose what we learn, sorry, is what I mean. The education we receive is from a centralized party, right? They learn all the information they want and they teach it to us. The internet has done a lot to change that. Back in early 2000s, the internet has kind of given education back to the people. You can find what you want online, to an extent. Twitter and Google and even YouTube these days have been censoring left, right, and center. But in general, if you want to learn something, you can learn it. And this kind of equality of opportunity in terms of education is basically what the ethos of crypto is all about, right? It's distributing the opportunities around the world. Finance is the next step, right? Education comes first. Let people learn. Finance is the next step. People understand what they're doing, but they're locked into place by this centralized financial system. Banks control what we do. They control what we buy. They control how we spend our money, how we buy our houses, how we give gifts to our family. Even when you die, your wealth is taxed. Obviously, DeFi is a broad term, and there's lots of things about that kind of differ from what I'm saying here. But DeFi, in its essence, is just, in my opinion, giving the power of money, the power of finance back to the hands of the regular person. And after, first comes education, then comes finance, and after that comes organization, politics, this sort of thing. It's not something that we really need to cover in this video, but it is the next step. It's an important next step. DAOs are, the personification of that. And I'm really glad that they're gaining traction. And I saw in the news in Middle America, there was a DAO bill that got passed that allowed corporate governance at the hands of a decentralized autonomous organization. And that is a huge step. But let's go back to the finance. So finance is concentrated in an increasingly small amount of people's hands. And how do we get past that, right? So I'm just going to segue over to Harvest here. I'm going to pull it up on my screen. Harvest is a bright blue, happy looking place. Here, we've got Chad on a tractor. But what is actually signifying is allowing people to manipulate money how they want, to take advantage of all the opportunities out there from their own computer, right? You have your decentralized wallet, you have your decentralized exchanges, and now you have your decentralized farming communities whereby you can take advantage of all the other people have been building to increase your own wealth. Someone behind a computer who has all of these ideas, who has these skills to code, can create something that turns one person's wealth into more wealth. And this whole kind of system of building on top of each other, specifically right now on Ethereum. Ethereum is the king. I'm sure there's many who want to argue with this, but right now Ethereum is the king and people are building on Ethereum. But what it's done is it's just, Vitalik's invention has just allowed people to come together, bring their ideas together, and build a new financial system for people to take advantage of. For me, DeFi is synonymous with financial freedom. For example, I left university and worked a couple of jobs. I moved to China to work some jobs, and I got involved in crypto. And you can just sit behind your laptop, so it makes no difference where you are. Even in the most controlled country in the world, you can still find your access to this global system of finance, to this global system of, hey, you have some ingenuity, you don't mind taking a few risks, we're early here, let's make some money. And the best part about it all is that the majority of it is new wealth, so to speak. The majority of the old wealth are either in denial about the rise of cryptocurrency or just, unaware. So yes, we're early. Yes, it's risky. Yes, it's volatile, but it is, it is coming for every single institution. It is coming for every single person. My mum, side note, my mum rang me the other day and she said, "Hey Josh, how do I buy Bitcoin?" So the fact that it's reaching my mother back in the UK shows that it is coming for everyone. Another really important part of the DeFi landscape right now, it's growing every day. And at the moment, you can argue, is it a bubble? Is it not a bubble? Is the NFT landscape. Now, the NFT landscape is a branch of decentralized finance in a way, or decentralized ownership. But it does kind of personify exactly what I was talking about in terms of democratizing the whole thing. You have creators who make art, they make music, they make gifts, they make moon cats or whatever, something as silly as that. But the fact that they are now in control of their own, their own artistic destiny, right? They can put their own art on sale on the mass decentralized markets. They can sell it without a middleman, and the only price they have to pay is the minting fee. Never before has an artist had so much control over what they do. And this is all just adding to the fact that DeFi, cryptocurrency, is just bringing power back into the hands of the people. And whenever people ask me, like, why are you so into crypto? Why do you think it's what do you not think it's a bubble? Blah blah blah. I think maybe potentially, but the ethos is there. The ethos is fact, and there's nothing that can take that away from what crypto is trying to achieve. I'm going to give you an example. So 88 MPH, I work for them. This is their super dope dashboard. One sec. And here you can see 88 MPH FM. This right here is the 88 MPH radio. So this is really cool, actually. This is an NFT, a dynamic NFT, created by the lead dev's kind of friend, I want to say, McFly's friend. It's a guy called @man_with_no_name. You should check his stuff out. And he has been releasing NFTs with 88 MPH. He lives in Brazil. He's been releasing NFTs with MPH in a kind of symbiotic partnership. What he's been doing is he's been minting these NFTs that are at request from 88 MPH. For example, for this one, for the radio, for example, for liquidity mining rewards or depositor rewards, these kinds of things. And there's no actual payment for these NFTs from the 88 MPH team. But what he's doing is he's getting a percentage of the sales. Well, he's getting all of the sales of the NFTs that are on the secondary market. And this kind of relationship between an artist and, really 88 MPH is a financial organization in a way. They're providing fixed rate interest for people for, currently $25 million in here. So, it's a real financial institution. And this guy, man with no name, is creating these dope graphics from his home in Brazil. And he is directly selling to customers who are also getting the benefit of owning this super dope NFT that is also dynamic. By the way, I said 25 million TVL. It's at 25 miles per hour. Apparently, when it gets to 88 miles per hour, something special happens. I don't know what. But this kind of symbiotic relationship is new, right? In terms of directly selling to a company your art. There's nowhere else nothing else in history that's been like that. And it's just the beginning. This is the early stage. This is, it looks beautiful, but really it's messy. Crypto is messy. It's still volatile. We don't really know what's happening. And I think it's almost, I don't know, it's almost like a poetic thing how it's happened during COVID. Everyone has had to be at home during the COVID pandemic, and you can't leave your house. You can't spend time with your friends and family, but you can spend time indoors building. And that's what people have been doing. They've been building. Man with no name has been creating art. McFly has been building 88 MPH. Myself personally, I've been engaging with the community. So I'm lucky enough to actually have a lot of contact with people. But this whole opportunity that's arisen is actually kind of juxtaposed to the situation. We think, COVID has brought us all indoors and ruined our opportunities. But cryptocurrency and DeFi have created these opportunities for people all around the world. And the best part for me is how your previous experience doesn't really count for anything. I'm going to tell you how I joined the Harvest Finance team, because people ask me, they say, how did you get onto Harvest Finance? And I feel so lucky. They said to me, I was in the Discord server and I was just hanging around there. It was in the second week of Harvest's launch, and I was answering some questions to some people in the chat. They saw that I was being nice and they said, hey, would you like to be a mod? I had no idea what Harvest was. I hadn't really done my research very well. And I said, yeah, why not? So it wasn't based on who I was as a person, my previous experience, my education, the size of my bags, who I knew. It was just based on the fact that I was in the server doing something that they appreciated. And, jobs in general have never functioned like this. And it's almost like, I hate to say it because it sounds a bit, it sounds a bit conspiratorial, but it is in some ways a reset. I've got friends who are getting jobs with really great companies. They're getting some top cryptocurrency companies coming out, reaching out to them. and they're being put into contact with these people and given opportunities that they would never have dreamed of having. And they're young, they're inexperienced, they're not particularly wealthy. It's almost as if it's flipping the tables. It's tipping the scales in favor of those who don't really have so much, who are willing to take the risks. Because if you have a lot, you've already got your incumbency, you're a bit stuck in your ways. But those who don't have so much, or those who are willing to take the risks, are being rewarded tenfold in crypto at the moment. Obviously, things don't last forever, and it's not always going to be up. But crypto as a technology and as an ecosystem is definitely here to stay. For example, MetaFEST right here. All these people coming together. I've just had a look at the lineup before I came on here, and I absolutely shat my pants because I saw how illustrious the company is that I'm being followed by. But that's just an example of how amazing this whole space is. That someone like myself, who I don't count myself as someone with a lot of experience or a lot of talent, and I'm being followed by people like Maci, by people like Julien, the guys who are in charge of Aave, top guys, and it's a great, it's a real opportunity. Crypto in general is a real opportunity, and the thing that I hope comes out of this the most is that people who didn't think they had a shot a year, 2 years ago, are going to come out of this, and they're going to be able to really change their lives and change the lives of people around them. So, speaking of changing your lives, I'd like to kind of segue into community, kind of the reason I'm here. So, community, I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to type it in. 1 sec. All right. Community literally is defined as a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. Now, obviously, with COVID as it is, we are not in the same place, but we are all people with commonalities. Our commonalities are togetherness here. Honestly, let's be honest, making money. That's what a lot of us are here for. And for hopefully the majority, the tech, the vision of cryptocurrency and decentralization. So the thing I think about cryptocurrency communities is that they are some of the most warm and intelligent communities that I've ever been in. Of course, you can go back to DeFi Summer or some Discord channels of Binance Smart Chain pumpers, and you'll find some really toxic people, some real poisonous characters. But in general, if you go to any kind of serious place, I mean, if you go to the MetaGame Discord, I think you'll find a really interesting group of people there. Never seen such a great Discord, actually. But they combine, people with intelligence, with real emotion, real understanding, a lot of empathy flowing around in these group chats. But the thing is that most people are also trying to discover something. Everyone in these cryptocurrency communities is trying to improve either their bank balance, improve their knowledge, or improve the space in general. For me, that's actually the best part. Like, a good example is Sam Bankman on Alameda. He's kind of looking at, from what I can tell, he's kind of looking at capitalism in the correct way. He's looking at it as in, like, look, I'm going to make all this money, but I'm going to maintain my social responsibility, and I'm actually going to distribute some of this wealth, because not many people do that. There's a lot of charity out there, but doesn't really receive a lot from the top dogs. Sam, I don't know if you saw, but I saw he was number 2 on the cryptocurrency wealth list. Something crazy. He's just been absolutely killing it with FTX and Alameda Research and all, Solana, all the things he's doing, absolutely killing it. And he's working redistribution channels into his systems. Why that hasn't been implemented over the last 150 years is a real tragedy, because the world would be a different place if it was. But with the invention of DeFi, of DeFi, I was scolded for saying DeFi. With the introduction of DeFi, we are allowed to do what we want with our riches, with our wealth. And Sam is a great guy in the public sphere, and he's showing people how it should be done. He's showing people how we can redistribute what's happening here and make it equal to people. On a lighter note, I'd just like to give some examples of what it is about cryptocurrency communities that people love so much. So I'm going to go here to Harvest, because Harvest, in my opinion, is the king of cryptocurrency community initiatives. For example, I'm just going to pull up this dashboard here. I don't know if you can see. The dashboard was a community initiative. Someone created it, got paid in farm for it, and is a happy bunny because of it. Here, the stats, also a community initiative. I mean, I'm part of the community initiative, right? Just a random dude they invited onto the team and have been incentivizing to show good work. And that's what we've been trying to do. I mean, look at this beautiful thing. It's got all kinds of analytics, all live charts, which will load. Just dynamic, well made, and it was all made by an anonymous team, a decentralized community, and someone did it off their own free will and has been rewarded for it. 88 MPH, this one here, I want to show you. This is really great. Here, the funding panel on the left. Okay, it says apply for funding, help 88 MPH grow. Okay, we provide grants for projects, initiatives, resources, NFTs, and events that encourage and develop the 88 MPH ecosystem and empower the community. Okay, community grants, ecosystem grants. Like, if you have an idea, you can go here. You can apply for a grant using, by the way, Request to Network. I'm not sure if many people still have that on their radar. Real old boy. Nice to see it out in use. Yeah, you can come here. You can have your idea. You can get paid straight, cold, hard cash for your work, doing it from your home, and you set your own price. You create your own invoice. You justify it with your own words. And, the DAO will look at it and say, yep, this looks good. We've got these we've got this MPH in reserve that we've stacked from our wicked ass protocol, and we're going to use it to help grow the ecosystem. We're going to reward the people straight away for their work, and we're going to help grow everybody's bags. And it's just like, it's such a beautiful thing. Everyone working together, getting paid for what they deserve. And then all this together helps people's bags grow and then get more money. It's just like it's just a really great thing. Another one I'd like to show you is digital reserve currency. This is cool. Decentralized store of value. So this is a completely decentralized project, right? Everything runs from the DRC Foundation here. So here there's a wallet. So it's a project without any team members, right? So there's a wallet where people donate in order to fund the ecosystem to try and make it grow. And this is one of the greatest parts of the community. Like, one of our great members, a guy called IFX, he made this NFT, super dope, a nice little GIF, 3D GIF of this is the DRC logo in here. And they said, right, well, how can we use this? So we're going to give it to everyone who donates 0.25 ETH or 0.25 ETH worth of DRC. And actually today, 100 out of 100 was claimed, which was really, really great. And he's super happy. He gets like a small cut of all the proceeds, and the community's super happy because, look, this is all decentralized community work. It's just like the spirit of the community coming together is really, really mad. I mean, this one, I really love this one. This is the Harvest NFT. I wish the sound was on because it's so stupid. But this is the great thing about Harvest, right? They are able to produce what they want, create what they want, and it's like everyone kind of gets it. This here is everybody worshipping Bread. For those who don't know, Bread is the anonymous head developer figure of Harvest Finance. He's an absolute angel, one of my favorite people to speak to, and I literally only know him as Bread and as the emoji of bread. I don't know anything about him more than that, but I feel really close to him, and I'm super thankful for everything he's given me. But the fact that, look, this is just, hilarious, but it has value to people. And, the devs will do what they want with it in terms of incentivization. but the value it carries is kind of decided by the community. Coming to the end of my talk, and I wish I had this outro music to show you, because it's really great outro music, but I don't. I'm going to quickly do a shameless shill of myself. This is my Twitter, at JB87Crypto. I also have a cryptocurrency podcast called Coinstruct. You can check it out on YouTube or through my Twitter or on the website coinstruct.live. So please check that out. Just starting. Support the decentralized media landscape, please. But yeah, I actually wanted to segue into the final part, which was anyone can join this experience, which is my favorite part. You can go home and you can tell your friends, your grandma, your mum, your dad, and you'll get a lot of doubt at first, of course, and that doubt is part of the reason why this is such a lucrative space to be, because you have to deal with, the haters, right? Warren Buffett said some shit about it. He said, if people think you're crazy, then it's the best time to invest. And it's absolutely true. It's almost a bubble in itself in terms of community, because you go onto crypto Twitter and it's like a different universe. Everybody on crypto Twitter just gets it. They get it. They understand what crypto's about. They understand what decentralized finance is about. And they just kind of get what we're all trying to achieve here. There's certain banter. There's very esoteric terms. And you step outside of crypto Twitter and it's like it's like a different universe. I have a separate Twitter for my crypto doings. And one time I thought about retweeting onto my regular Twitter, my crypto Twitter tweets. And I just thought it would be the weirdest thing, it would be like an alien landing on Earth trying to describe something. So I left it. I would like to thank MetaGame and like to thank MetaFEST. It's actually super late where I am, so I don't know if I'll be able to watch the rest of it. But I'd wonder if there's kind of any questions or anything. Someone said something about questions, and I've just chatted for 30 minutes. So I'd like to ask Penguin if there is any questions.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, so one of the things that you touched on that was one of the things that drew me to Harvest was just the fact that it was an anonymous team. Everyone behind it was anonymous, and especially in like the early days, there was like everyone was wondering, is there going to be some kind of rug pull event? And the developing team has really proven to just be behind the community and have the best interests of people at heart. So as you say, like Brad has just been one of the leaders of DeFi that you just don't see every day. So I'm very thankful, and that's one of the reasons that I wanted to give you guys a chance to come on and talk about some of the farming you're doing, because I love the meme quality. I love the community that you guys have built, and you guys have really taken a decentralized approach and community first approach to DeFi. That really says a lot. And one of the key things for me was the way that you guys do the numbers. Man, it's so addicting to just watch them go up that fast.
Oh, the tractor go burr. Yeah. Oh my goodness. The tractor does go burr. And when they first put that in, because we had discussions internally on the first kind of couple of weeks, and they said, hey, we think people like to see number go up. And we were like, yeah, we do. And they put it in, and we all just kind of deposited our farm. And I remember I sat there for maybe 20 minutes just watching my number go up, recording it on my phone, sending it to my mates, like, look at this number going up. So good.
Yeah, and it's like like behind the scenes that it's not accurate. It's doing its best to judge, but because it's the random nature of the tractor, you got to estimate.
Yeah, it is a random nature still, but it's a rough estimate, and it's very cathartic. It feels good to watch it.
So, what's been one of the hardest parts about leading a community with an anon team?
Well, I mean, obviously it's the trust, right? So we just recently onboarded with a great PR company, and they are used to dealing with more traditional clients, and they've actually doing some really revolutionary work. They are allowing us to function as an anonymously headed organization. They're going to top publications, even The Guardian, BBC, these kind of places, and they're writing to them and saying, hey, look, these guys are changing the space, but the lead guy is a piece of bread. Can we work with you on this? And some of them are really, journalists are changing the way that they are operating with these businesses, because you can't ignore it. You can't ignore what's happening with Harvest. And if they are headed by a piece of bread, well, there's nothing you can do. You have to listen to what the bread says. And that's, for me, the trust is the hardest part, but we're doing things slowly through conduct, but also, just by the psyche of the space is changing. We're proving to people that we are trustworthy, but the people themselves are becoming more trusting.
You bring up a great point that I'm sure we'll touch on throughout the day, like building up that trust layer and a trustless network. So we have Leo here today. Let's see. Marc is in the back room. Marc, can you hear me? Marc, are you still there? Well, thank you very much, JB, for helping us learn more about Harvest and giving us a chance to learn more about you. I love that DeLorean at 88 miles per hour as well.
So dope. I'm going to pull it back up. Just so dope. And it changes with the TVL. And I didn't, unfortunately, get the chance to play the background music, which is also another thing that McFly is doing. He's letting people publish their music onto this radio, so people can listen to it in the background whilst they watch their, MPH TVL bags fly up. And it's just awesome. It's just awesome. Everything that comes out of these companies that I work with, these projects that I work with, is just like top stuff. And it's really exciting to be a part of.
Well, great. Thank you so much. And look forward to learning more later.
Thank you very much, Penguin. Appreciate you. Bye.
Bye. So now we will transition into our panel. So thank you very much, Maki, for joining us, and Leo. Marc is backstage, and hopefully will join us soon. Hi. So
how's it going?
Hey, everyone.
I figured that we would just kind of have a chat between ourselves about some of the things that are common in DeFi, and just kind of have a talk where it'll be interesting for us, and I think that'll be the most interesting for everyone else. So
I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, Marc.
Hello,
So if
Marc.
you'd like to give an introduction to yourselves real quick, just so everyone knows who you are and where you're from. Marc, would you like to go first?
I don't know if you can hear.
Yeah, he might not be able to hear. Let me kill. So let me see. Okay, Leo, would you like to go first then?
Sure. My name is Leo Cheng. I am the project lead at Cream Finance. We do lending. Yeah, I'm here in Taipei.
Hey, Maki, would you like to go next?
Yeah, Maki, I'm a contributor to Sushi Swap, an AMM that is community-led and part of the Yarn ecosystem. I'm based in Ethereum, Japan.
Thank you so much. Marc?
And my name is Marc. I'm the integration lead at Aave, and we also do lendings and all. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, because it was wasn't in the right room. So my name is Marc Ziller. I'm the integration lead at Aave, and we are a liquidity protocol on the Ethereum blockchain.
Great. And yeah, I'm Penguin. I'm your host for the day. I participate in a lot of different DeFi protocols. I take a look at the contracts and am active in a bunch of the different communities. I've personally interacted with all of the protocols that we have on today. So I thank you very much, everyone, for participating. So one of the key things that I thought we could start off with is just kind of the idea between like decentralized versus centralized markets, and just kind of talk about where we think that the power is and how each of the different platforms approach that.
Great.
So do you want to kind of switch off with who we go first with? So Leo, you introduced us first, so let's kind of go round robin. So like Marc, you can go first, and then Marc, and then next time Marc will go first. That sound good?
Yep.
Okay. So Marc, do you want to tackle that?
Yeah, sure. I think what is the most powerful aspect of DeFi is most likely like the fact that it's permissionless and transparent. There's absolutely no barrier to anyone entering and getting out. So I think this is probably the most interesting aspect of DeFi, in my opinion. The fact that everything is accessible and transparent on a public ledger is, to me personally, what is exciting. And the fact that we can pretty much leverage many different money Lego together in a composability aspect. So that's pretty much why I'm here building in DeFi today.
Great. Marc, we can't hear you now. You're muted.
Oh, this is
There you
weird.
go.
You guys are using Jitsi, right? I'm
Yeah.
not
Yes,
using
we are.
that software. So yeah, I completely agree with this. And the synergy are for me, and the composability are for me the most important. Really, in my eyes, there's no Sushi swap user, like Cream user or Aave user. There's just DeFi user, and that's the whole point of what we launched today, the EMM market. So on Aave, you are able to provide liquidity from LP tokens directly into Aave and use that as collateral to borrow funds. That's something you can already do on Cream since quite a while. So we are adding that as well on Aave. And we started with Uniswap and Balancer, but the next wave will have SushiSwap token, SLP tokens. And I really love this idea that you are not locked up in any protocol. You just take the best part of each and every protocol in order to build your own financial freedom.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all that. I think if we also what's separate and different from the previous industries I've been in, I think, is that I mean, maybe part of it has to do with COVID, but I think pre-COVID it was this way, where it's talent from around the world, right? So you're seeing everybody from all corners of the world. I mean, just right here, we all sound a little bit different from each other, and that's great. I'm here in Taipei, like it's like midnight here, and I know that everybody's kind of scattered about, and it's like the ability to basically allow the best of anything to come up. I know that's not very specific to DeFi, but I think it's kind of interesting that our industry is that way. And congratulations on the launch today, by the way, Marc. I think that's fantastic. Like, capital efficiency is awesome. And just today I was speaking with the journalists about this sort of thing as well. The composability is fantastic. Like, the EVM doesn't care if it travels through, the user travels through with funds travel through Aave and then and Cream and Sushi. Like, it just looks like all the same contracts, right? So the whole thing runs, and we're all just trying to build this thing together, which I think is fantastic. Like, really pushing the edge on this.
Yeah, I think
at the end of the day, we just financial middleware, because the end user is just probably going to use a Y-earn Vault to do strategy on autopilot or StakeDAO or Zapper or whatever. At the end of the day, we just protocols, completely neutral, and the user doesn't even have to know that Aave or Cream or SushiSwap exist. They just use something that is good for them.
That's one of the things I've noticed, that even in the DeFi space, it's a little intimidating for people, but there's still like the community and sharing even between protocols. It's a very competitive market and cutthroat market in the corporate world, and very kill and try to take as much as you can. But it's just not what I've seen even in the money market space. It's very much composability and being able to share ideas and work together towards financial freedom. So I think that financial freedom is really one of the key aspects of DeFi. And have you seen the benefits of DeFi in your community, and how do you think that people are applying your protocol towards like what they're doing? Is it just another part of the puzzle for how people use their funds, or are you seeing that people are approaching you to help leverage their communities?
Yeah, I think I could start with that one. I definitely think that there's a lot of communities working with communities, and I think just even if you went as far as going to Twitter, you could see like sometimes, recently the Phantom community was super excited that they were gonna have the market added on Cream, and sometimes it's like we're also gonna have a call with a different protocol to talk about potentially is there a way to join their community with ours and then create more synergies that way. So it isn't just on the surface like, okay, look, on these protocols you can deposit money here, you can borrow money there, and then you could potentially margin, but there also is this sort of communities coming together thing, and it's really powerful. And especially too today, yesterday, this week, the Float protocol is bringing together a bunch of different DeFi protocols by voting into the phase 2. I'm not sure if people here are paying attention to the Float protocol, but that's also pretty interesting too. So I think definitely communities coming together is fantastic, and it's beyond just the surface level what you see of, you can simply do a trade or a supply or a borrow.
Yeah, and also in DeFi protocol, in actually decentralized finance protocol, you have this decentralized governance. And when, like, for example, if you own the Sushi asset, you own the Sushi swap protocol, because you can vote directly on the implementation on this kind of thing. It's the same thing for Cream, the same thing for Aave. And it's really interesting because when you look at the governance form or the true core and heart of the communities in each protocol, it's quite active. And you have those AIP, SIP, I think Cream, you call that CIP probably. And it's always the same thing. So the communities are asking for an onboarding of a new asset, are asking for a new kind of financial product that can be integrated, all these kind of things. And the community meet there, they discuss about it, they weigh the pros and cons. And what is really interesting will be the merge also of the communities. Like, for example, in the AMM markets, the governance should not only belongs as the main collaterals there are the LP tokens in SushiSwap, Uniswap, Balancer, Curve, all this kind of protocol. It doesn't make sense to me as an individual and as a DeFi participant that only the Aave token holders have a say in that governance of that protocol. So if you have Sushi, you should be able to vote on onboarding SLP token into the Aave market of AMMs. If you have like BAL, you can have your say on Balancer. And I'm really excited to see like mixed governance protocols where users of several communities can vote together on the addition and the amelioration of protocols together.
Some very interesting cross-pollination governance topic that Marc is bringing up here. First time I kind of hear something like this, and I do think that we're probably going to see more and more kind of cross-governance partnership of this type happening more in the space, because at the end of the day, it is a meaningful way to bridge communities together in a win-win situation, probably most of the time.
Yeah, I think that really brings up an amazing kind of opportunity that I haven't seen mentioned either. Is that I've seen kind of all of the communities, they're trying to get support and alignment for different initiatives. If there was kind of like an overarching DAO or at least community that helped kind of list or flag things, it might help the wider space kind of take notice of important things to act on. Okay. You look like you want to say that.
No, I was actually thinking too that I think Maki, we were talking about this too within the Yearn ecosystem, and actually that's a probably interesting point to touch on here is that for a lot of folks that hear about this Yearn merger, that are just like, okay, well, do they actually talk to each other? Do they do anything with each other? And the reality is there is. And on this topic, we have on the last discussion, last month when we had our Yearn meeting, we did talk about this, and I think we have a meeting coming up tomorrow, and we're talking more about, just general catch up. But this is one of the things that we've been talking about is how do we, how will there be more cross ecosystem type of governance? And I think it'd be really interesting to watch as how this shapes up within the Yearn ecosystem as well.
One of the things that we've kind of been talking about just in the entire ecosystem is how tokens that we use align us, and like the content of your wallet and like what you're staking says a lot about you. So what are some of the things that you think that we can do with like these snapshot votes? Can we make it so that any of the different tokens can be used or different weights for snapshots for like,
yeah, that's possible at the moment. Just sorry to interrupt. At the moment for Sushi, for example, Sushi are worth half of the voting power of SLP Eat Sushi. So that is a way to kind of showcase the people that have more skin in the game, how we value kind of their voting power. And it would be in theory possible to add more tokens similar to Marc was saying. I know there's like the cream sushi pair. There's also the AX sushi that exists, which are both like staked form of asset that are not like used in the governance at the moment. The only problem with Snapshot is if you do want to make modification to it to add new voting and so on, it will nuke the current repo. So you will lose everything that was in there, even though it's cosmetic. You can still go back and see the previous proposal and so on, but it does show it's as if you were restarting the whole snapshot. So it's a little bit annoying, but aside from that, it's totally possible. And I don't know if anyone has seen today, there was the snap safe, I think, that was announced. So basically, like proposal can be snapshot proposal can basically trigger action in a Gnosis safe. So that is very interesting for I think one of the missing piece for these kind of DAO-ish govern snapshot protocol, where they can easily go to something more decentralized, similar to Aave, Compound, and Uniswap.
Yeah, I think that's a real breakthrough, because like the whole reason we don't use currently Snapshot is that the Aave governance system is a binding system. So within the AIP, you have the payload, and basically when the governance say yes to AIP, there's no delay. There's no central authority that will execute the content of the vote, because the vote is the execution and the code that will be implemented inside the protocol. And on Snapshot, it was until now only a declaration of intent. So it's actually game changer to have something that actually enforce something on the blockchain and will enforce the implementation of the content of the vote.
Yeah, that's huge. I didn't know about the safe integration as well. That kind of leads to one of the questions that I was thinking is like, what kind of decisions can we leave to the community, and how much can we trust the community in a system that's like full of risk?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think the example I like to give people, the best example I think I can come up with real easily that people can understand is, in at least the American system, you don't have the voters vote on what the Feds set, how the Feds set the interest rates, right? Because even when you think about that, like, well, no, that's like a group of really smart economists that do their thing. Like, you don't just have every voter have a say at what the interest rate should be. And then I think the very same thing applies, is that really theoretically, it's horrible to be like, sure, let's just let the mob decide, what tokens markets we should open, and then like, what is the kind of reserve, what is the collateral factor that each token should have? I think it's really cool for Aave. I've seen those governance proposals that Alex over there has this like analysis. Like, that's cool. Like, that's some advanced processes that, it could be better, but at the same time, like, it's definitely I think it's a start. I think that we would probably all agree that the existing system isn't nearly where we need to be. And then also, I think it's interesting to kind of weigh like off-chain and on-chain considerations. Like in reality, that's how the world works. But in actuality, if you're building a DeFi protocol, you probably shouldn't take in consideration of off-chain reasons. And example there would be on Cream, we had a bunch of FTT tokens, and that's not very liquid. So because I've tried selling, just if you just go to like an AMM and you just, or even go to an aggregator, you try to sell like 20 ETH worth of FTT tokens, like you're not gonna, you're gonna see very high slippage. So in that example, you really don't. I mean, though FTT and FTX, they're creditworthy as the entity, and that there's a bunch of depth somewhere. But as long as it's not on chain and immediately liquidatable, then really we can't trust that as an asset in a DeFi lending protocol.
Yeah, in terms of what we can leave to the governance, my answer would be everything. Like, obviously, it's a step-by-step process, like you just said, and we are getting there, but there's a lot of work to do still. But I really like to remind everyone that if I'm very effective at my job, I will get fired. And that's a good thing. Like, I really want to be as effective as I can to get fired as soon as possible from my job, because the whole point is to build decentralized finance and like working for a centralized entity, which is not directly the Aave protocol. The Aave protocol is completely decentralized. It's a bunch of smart contracts, but there's still a central entity that pay me every month. And I want to get fired from that because at some point we will be decentralized in terms of governance and in terms of activity, and the entity that will probably support people building and creating on Aave will be completely from the fee collector of the smart contracts, from a decentralized grant system, from all this kind of initiative, and without the involvement of any centralized entity. And that's the DeFi I want to be part of.
Maki, do you have any thoughts on that before I dig in? So I think, actually, I'll dig in right now, actually. So I think that what you're saying is 100% true, but there's definitely going to be some kind of transition period. It's hard to kind of step into a place where your community is healthy enough that you trust all of their decisions and that you have enough of the group brain and group thinking that are not with selfish intent, especially when we throw in $1 billion, literally. So, how can we kind of make that transition to trustless from small? And is that part of this like what we allow people to do?
I think that there's an interesting middle ground here between like centralized decisions versus completely voting entirely 100%. And I point that to Synthetics and their Spartan Council. They have this idea that the Spartan Council is reelected every certain amount of time, and they have these NFTs, and these are the folks that vote. So from that standpoint, it almost feels more like a representative government, which in itself is still decentralized because a bunch of these folks on the Spartan Council don't have any real direct affiliation with Synthetics itself. It's just token holders who want to do some good. I think actually that is one of the hardest pieces of the puzzle in DeFi right now, is to be able to meaningfully attract participation from a large chunk of people that are token holders, and also hopefully they provide right decisions and good feedback. And then I don't know if anybody's really hit this theoretic threshold of like a bad decision got voted in, and then what do you do? So I think that would be an interesting juncture when we see that happen.
Maki, do you have any thoughts?
Governance is so hard. I do think that at some point we're gonna have like the perfect blueprint for it. At the moment, it's not the case. I do think that the recent innovation that we just saw with the snapshot safe is pretty, like it's in a step in a good direction, and I want to make sure that everyone understand that basically there's like tiers where you can have like the multi-sig veto some decision that were taken by these binding votes, And then there's actually a tier where it's completely decentralized. There's absolutely no multi-sig required that can stop it, basically. To get there, it's probably going to take a little while, I think, 1 year, in my opinion, which is not that far, but we're going to see like more and more like decentralized entities like this one, fully. The problem I have actually is like, how do you kind of make sure there's no big holders pretty much like controlling the whole thing? That is my biggest worries. I don't think we have any way to kind of, or like potentially dark attack to governance. So I've seen recently, dark governance attacks. So people are basically like buying votes and so on. I am not sure how we can protect against such actions until we have probably identity solved. So I'm not 100% sure when we're gonna get there in a very easy way. I think some of these protocol right now, like the biggest ones, are there, but at the same time, it's still very the power inequalities are very high. So, anyways, we'll see. I guess in a few months.
Yeah, I think that kind of brings us back to like the community, that it kind of has the power and where that power lies in this decision making. So one of the things that Gunnar talked about yesterday is kind of going from like the DAO space and enabling them to use DeFi. And so I see that a lot, especially with like the onsen pools, where communities kind of form, and then they're looking to pair their tokens for liquidity on these protocols. So I think that's going to be one of the things that really drives the support and involvement from these is that network effect from aligned communities that can use and benefit from the money Legos that are assembled. So what are kind of some of the ways that we can make DeFi easier for communities to harness and utilize, aside from just like a direct like pool? Is there kind of gamifications or ways that we can engage the communities in DeFi aside from just lending?
I think my first question would be like, I will answer the question with another question, is how political we want decentralized governance to be. Because there's a clear part happening right now, like some kind of direction that we see emerging more and more in the ecosystem, what we call local representative or protocol politician, some very active user in most community. One of the good names I can drop right here is like Money Supply, which is very active in almost all DeFi protocols, and someone very involved, very knowledgeable, and it's always great to hear it and read his thread in MakerDAO or Aave or any DeFi protocol. And those guys are getting specialized, like to be like representative. And with the civil system from Uniswap, you can delegate your vote to this kind of guys, and it's something that you can use on Compound, you can use on Aave, you can probably use as it's very close to the code on Cream as well. And on Aave, we have the proposal and voting power that are segregated, so you can delegate your proposal power to this kind of guys, and they basically build from it. But what we are basically doing is representative democracy, like republics, like what most of us are experiencing as a political system. I'm not sure all of us are very happy with our current political system. Of course, it's liquid democracy on the blockchain, so if you don't like a guy, you can remove in one transaction all the votes you send to them. But do we want 10,000 very active member or 30 super expert and active member? What do we want? And that's a real question, because we are in the moment of time where we define how decentralized governance mainly gonna be.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very good question to ask. I think we often debate that too within the cream community. I think to maybe so about the actual about the part about kind of making things easier for in DeFi. I actually think that there is a lack of good storytellers in DeFi that can just like very simply say, you know, and going sticking with the AMM and lending. Let's say here is like, hey, look, this thing is like, so, okay, so you've got your first, you know, Ethereum or Bitcoin. Maybe Bitcoin's a bad idea here, given that we're talking about Ethereum ecosystem. So let's say you got your first ETH and you want to be able to, like, you're showing your kid or something, like, instead of the classic, like, let me walk you to the bank and like get you a bank account here. Look, here's your bank book. Like, you take care of it. Like, take your password, whatever. In this case, you'd be like, look, here's how you sign in, right? And then here you can go pick your bank of choice or protocol of choice, and you can put it in and like, oh, look, it goes up in numbers. Great. And then tomorrow it goes better. Learn to save, son. You know, something like that. I think it needs to be just really basic like that, and it needs to be, you know, good analogies. And not to like, you know, front run Maki or anything, but the one I like the most about AMMs and LP positions, I find that I think AMMs and LPs are like the hardest things to explain in the DeFi space. But the part that the thing that I can, the way I can characterize it that most resonates with my normie friends that are not crypto is like, look, like, well, what do you mean? Why should I put in a 50-50 wrapped Bitcoin? Like, what does that do for me? I've heard about this impermanent loss thing, and I heard about, like, you know what? Don't worry about that. If you're trying to construct a long crypto play and you don't quite have a preference Bitcoin and Ethereum, go 50-50. Put that thing in an LP, earn some sushi drops, and that's great. And they're like, well, I don't know what that means. I'm like, that's okay. Imagine if Fidelity was your broker, and that they had a fund that you could put 50-50 ETH and Bitcoin, and then you put the money in, and then every time they trade from NASDAQ pays the pool, you get paid, and then Fidelity pays you equity into their company by you using it. Like that's kind of crazy, but it's like, no, that is exactly what's happening right now. So more kind of like, what is this thing and how do we do this thing? And I think the industry is a bit like confusing for a lot of people. A lot of folks jump into this industry and they think, oh, I have to learn to code Solidity. And it's like, well, you know, I mean, I'm not proud of the fact that I can't code Solidity, but like, I can't. So that's me, and I'm in this industry. And I think we do need right now. I mean, sure, we need builders that actually build the code, but we need a bunch of people who can speak regular, plain street language to help people understand what it is that we're doing. And, you know, we need to skip the whole, like, I cut myself in the same problem where I get so excited. I'm like, yeah, okay. And then you could deposit this LP token, and then you could like leverage, and it's a lot cheaper if you do it on a lending protocol than it is on an exchange. And then like, I can't even get to that part you first talked about. So like that second part you're talking about.
Still trying to understand what Bitcoin was.
Yeah, exactly. So for those of us in industry, we need to help speak the regular language so they understand what they're getting into, and two, get more people in to be like, oh, now I get it, and now I need to do like more explain like I'm 5, and I think that'd be interesting. And then thirdly, localize to our regions, because I'm seeing that a lot here in Asia, is that people feel like, look, like my English isn't very good, and I therefore can't use this because I don't read or speak English well, and that's kind of a crappy thing, because it is supposed to be about open access. So we need to be open access and be more accessible to people in the way we communicate, the language we use, both like, you know, localization as well as how we characterize things.
Yeah, very well said.
Maybe I can touch on 2 points here, by the way. I do think that the fact that just Leo highlighted that kind of everyone is using English for all the major protocol is kind of very annoying. I do believe I don't see a lot of localized version. That's why, you know, at Sushi, like, one of the interfaces literally translated in 7 language by all community members. Never paid for it. It was like very. It made sense, you know, like when we wanted to cater to the Chinese market, the Japanese market, Spanish, French, Brazilians, and so on. It's like very kind of baffling to see how maybe some protocol in all of the other kind of the rest, right? The 99% of the people that cannot basically like understand all of this necessarily easily, especially the governance aspect. But like Marc said, I think the liquid democracy is like super important because not everyone can just be attentive to everything that is happening. They have like regular lives, they have work to attend, they have family, friends, and so on. It can get very exhausting to put a lot of times in, especially one protocol is something, but imagine doing it for 10 or 5. It is, you cannot keep up. Even if you are full-time in crypto, sometimes you miss out on things that are happening. I really do like, though, these new tools are kind of popping out, and pretty sure some, like you've heard about Vote with Tally, I think, or Tally. I'm not sure the exact name,
Yeah,
but
Tally.
this is like, yeah, Tally is like very interesting in all kind of these this aspect, because we are seeing more and more kind of governance happening in a decentralized manner. We're seeing now tools popping up for them, which was not something that existed 2 years ago, 1 year and a half. I do think we're going to see more and more innovation in this kind of niche, mostly because there's a need now. Before there was not much to govern, I would say. Nowadays, you see treasuries, you see community funds, you see grants project, and so on. It's very interesting in my opinion, and we're going to see more and more involvement from various parties, and that's where I'm most excited about.
One of the good thing about being decentralized, I want to remind everyone listening to us, is that for all 3 protocols that are represented here, you don't really care about the front end, because the really important part is the decentralized smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain. So basically, on the Aave app, it's just one of the many front end you can interact with to basically access the Aave protocol. So you have the Aave app in 10 languages right now directly. But if you don't have your language directly, you can just copy paste, fork it, or build your own front end and do it in your own local language and distribute that to your community. And that's it, because you can do it. The contracts are the same for everyone, and there's no limitation at all. And the team, entity, Genesis, whatever you call it, you don't really care about them. You don't need to ask permission, because the whole point is to build permissionless, trustless, decentralized finance services. So if you don't have something that is inside your language that is not accessible to you, feel free to build it, and we will be more than happy to help you into your journey.
Yeah, I think that brings up a really great point about being able to tell the story and doing your own research. And if you're not able to understand what's happening, or it's not in your own personal language, it really is going to be a hindrance to that side of the community. You're going to miss out on a lot of intelligent and important considerations that are different from your own. And yeah, I think one of the big things that people might not realize is most of DeFi is centered in Asia. I think most of this talk is +8 or near that time. So I think having that global view is critical.
I am kind of curious though, Marc. You make a good point here that. And I try to tell people this too, and then sometimes people don't understand either. They don't follow, but I just tell them, like, look, building in Web3 is very different from Web2 in the sense that the back end is just smart contracts. So it's like, okay, so why aren't there why isn't there like a aggregator instead of like a 1inch or matcha? The aggregator basically is just like tabs, right? Like, oh, here you have, move your coins around. Oh, look, here's like a ether scan, and then here's and then yet all the things you want's there, and then like, oh, I can borrow here, I can trade here. Like nobody makes a front end like that. Or are you aware of one? I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, there's several one basically. So, and that's probably my main vision about the future of DeFi is that
great.
We are spending a lot of time building our own apps, and Cream, your design is so incredible. I'm a big fan, obviously.
Thank you.
I love the inspiration and all the other things, but I do believe that bad or good, I don't know if it's bad or good, but most of the user in 1 or 2 years, they're not going to use the Aave app or the Cream app. They're going to use Zapper, Zerion, DBank. DBank is very big in Asia, actually,
Yes.
and it's a huge dashboard to access financial service, decentralized financial service. There's a new one I really love. It's TechDAO. That allow you to directly deposit swap asset with Paraswap, stake asset, even if it's not Ethereum asset like Tezos or the other guys, and all of that inside the same website. And I think that's exactly how DeFi gonna look like for 99% of the user in the future. They're gonna find a super hub. I call that a super hub that they love. They want to onboard here. And most of the time, they will do onboarding as well from fiat to crypto and crypto to fiat. And they're just going to use that mainly. And obviously, if you want to dive deeper and interact directly with the smart contract or the original front ends, you can do it. But it's just another option. DeFi is all about freedom. And this idea to us only being financial middleware and some kind of financial back end for many front end, it's already something that happened. Like, for example, in Aave, we have the flash loans. Most of the flash loan, like not most, but a big part of the flash loan volume is not done through Aave. It's done through DeFiSaver, which is a third-party app, or it's done through Instadapp, which is a third-party app. Most of the collateral swap, they are done on DeFiSaver as well. And there's many things on the like most of the deposits, they come from iEarn vaults, they come from Curve Finance pools, they come from this kind of sources, and a lot of the Aave TVL and the Aave user are not using the Aave frontend. They are using another protocol, they are using another frontend, and it's going to be more and more like that, and that's a good thing. That means we are just a financial middleware. And that's what we want to do because we want to be neutral and we want to be decentralized as much as possible.
Totally echo with this. And I do think that probably what is going to be happening is probably these protocol are probably going to at some point incentivize these kind of third parties integration, not necessarily integration, but front end, I do think, potentially.
That's the referral program. So 20% of Aave protocol fee goes directly to our integrators.
Exactly. So that's, and not everyone is aware of that, but that's where we're converging, I do think.
I think having those pre-allocated budgets for future development are kind of key towards keeping the engagement long-term and building the community support that have incentives for engagement. One of the things that you mentioned, Marc, about Aave that I'm sure a lot of people have questions about are flash loans. So flash loans are obviously key to a lot of the attacks that have happened recently, and it's kind of a hard thing to predict. You know, no one kind of expects $50 million or $100 million to push like impermanent loss to extreme liquidity so that they can make crazy trades. What are some of the good things that we gain from flash loans, and is there any kind of way that we can protect DeFi protocols against malicious flash loans?
Well, the first thing I want to say is that if you look at the data, and that's the great thing about the Ethereum blockchain, it's that it's decentralized, it's public, it's auditable, so you don't have to trust me. You can actually look at what happened on chain and check all the facts by anybody. And basically, when we look at the data, the real question is how much money was saved thanks to a flash loan to a user that may have been in the situation of being liquidated, but thanks to a flash loan, they could rebalance their position and basically self-liquidate themselves, so they don't have to pay the liquidation penalty to a third-party liquidator. That's actually billions of dollars thanks to DeFiSaver and automation. How many people did a collateral swap? And instead of having a speculative volatile asset as collateral, they hedge their position by doing a collateral swap into a stablecoin as collateral. So no risk of liquidation. That happened also thanks to a flash loan. How much people had less slippage and less spread on decentralized platform and exchanges like Sushi Swap, Uniswap, Balance, all the other guys, thanks to the arbitrage done constantly by flash loans and arbitrators that find opportunities and
equilibrate the market.
Yeah, that do the equilibrium on the markets and allow people to buy and sell crypto more easily, more seamlessly. And that's also thanks to flash loan. So obviously there's been quite a few flash loan that was used as malicious purpose, but I want to remind there's nothing you can do with a flash loan that you cannot do if you're rich. And the whole point is like, if that action is possible, I prefer that is accessible to anybody than just the rich, because I mean that's how things should work.
Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and say too that some people have said like, oh look, this whole alcohol act, like these people took the money from Aave, and I'm like, that doesn't make Aave the bad guys. Like that's just not like, it's a tool, right? Like it's a thing. Like I'm not, at nowhere do we blame, oh well, and then Curve, and then it's like, oh, they took the money from our TVL and then stuck it in Aave. Like, okay, well, whatever. Like it's just one all DeFi thing. So I think flash loans do get a bad name, but I'm a firm believer too that flash loans add value to this ecosystem. We've seen it too when with the Keeper network integration, people were able to then democratize liquidation. So it was no longer like, oh well, I just don't have the cash to go ahead and pay back that loan to get the liquidation payments. So I think it is overall an accelerator and is overall like a great equalizer, but it certainly should not be seen as like a tool for the malicious.
You will always only hear about like the sensationalist stories about flash loan. Usually, you never hear about like, oh, someone just saved like tons of million in liquidation because of XYZ. So I do think they are like very famous. I would say like the flash loans are quite famous at the moment. But actually there's quite a lot of benefits too.
Can I just kind of rewind real fast and ask how I could save my liquidation with a flash loan if I was at risk of being liquidated? What would kind of be the steps that I'd take?
So I think the easy way is to do that on autopilot, and I shield them. Obviously, they don't have a token. They are not open to trading or this kind of thing. So I have no financial compensation to say that. It's just I love what they build. DeFiSaver.com. It's a small team. They build like incredible products, and they are a tool to manage your position on DeFi. And they not only integrate Aave, but they also have MakerDAO, Compound, maybe one day and soon Cream. I don't know, it's that part of the integration, but that should be. And basically, they have this tool that is called automation. So you give to a third party a smart contract that is their technology, the ability to act on your loans. And when you are close to what we call the L factor, so the characterization of your loan, you close to the liquidation threshold, they will basically pay back on your behalf. Thanks to a flash loan, they will take a small part of your collateral in order to pay back a small part of your debt, but you are back in the safe zone of your collateralization. And it's a great thing because liquidation by a third party is really important. That's the cornerstone of DeFi safety. If we don't have third-party liquidators, we have no protection against what we call bad debt, so under-collateralized loans. And the whole system is unsafe without the ability to liquidate. But you can do a liquidation yourself. So you can self-liquidate. And with this system, you do that on autopilot. So you will lose a small fraction of your collateral that will pay your debt, and you will go back in the safe zone. If the price keeps dropping, they will do that a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But at least you don't get the liquidation penalty. And that goes in a range in Aave from 5 to 15%. Depending of the collaterals. So that can be much a sharper price to pay to have a third-party liquidation instead of the self-liquidation, because the fee of a flash loan is 9 BPS. And if I'm not wrong, the DeFiSaver fee is 25 BPS. So I'd rather pay 37 or 35 0.35% to do the flash loan, then pay 5% in the best case scenario, or 50% of my collateral in the worst case scenario of a liquidation. So, and there's nothing to do, no code. You click on a few buttons in their UI is great, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that's critical to realize that the flash loan is coming from your own kind of liquidity that you're paying back. So it's not like some hidden tool or something like that. It's actually you being able to utilize your own capital efficiently. So what about some of the other things? What about Tornado Cash? Do we have the same opinion about Tornado Cash and money mixers as we do for flash loans?
I mean, I'm all in for freedom. So you should have your right, like privacy is a right. Like one of the speakers today wants to have his privacy, is not activating his camera, and I completely respect that, and I think it's completely normal, and that should be a right, and we should defend that right as much as we can. And I think it's the same thing with money. So if you don't want people to do a chain analysis or on your coins, if you want to give a fresh start to your funds thanks to mixing that will go swap your ETH to another forms of ETH and withdraw that to a fresh address, that should be a right, and we should all defend that possibility. Tornado Cash is an option. I just followed that yesterday. Aztec launched ZK Money, which is also very interesting, and I really much encourage this kind of initiative in our ecosystem.
Maki, Leo, do you guys have any thoughts? Thank you for that perspective, Marc.
Yeah, very big fan of Tornado Cash. I do think that basically for all of the, I guess, quote unquote bad name it can get by funding, hacker wallets first and foremost. I do think that I'm a daily user of Tornado Cash. I use it for when I get my payroll and so on. I think it's very important, mostly because otherwise you get exposed to a lot of problems. Just giving you a problem that you can run into if you do like a peer-to-peer transaction with someone in real life, and they know your address and so on, and they're able to track your holding, and then you can be in a very bad position if you have like meaningful holdings on this address. So by leveraging Tornado, or sending the funds to a centralized entity and then depositing in this new wallet and so on, you're elevating this risk, right? But why do it with a centralized exchange if you can do it in a decentralized way? I think that is way more aligned with my values, with what we're fighting for here, and basically the ethos of this blockchain. I do think it's a matter of time before we see like even more kind of built-in quote-unquote mixer in AMMs and so on. But until then, it's just, you can use it, you can not use it. It's up to you. It depends what are kind of your, it is still a bit prohibitive, I would say, since you can only do like various amounts with specific assets. But at some point, it's going to be even more flexible, and I think it's just going to be everyone is going to be using Tornado and so on, or like a privacy solution, like Marc said, zk.money. Like this has been in the work for 2 years, I think, or 3, if I'm not wrong. It is fantastic to see like teams shipping and finally kind of see all this innovation popping up. We've been waiting like for so long, and here we're like at the finish line. We're seeing new innovation daily, weekly. It's just amazing to be in this space right now. It's like literally the golden era for DeFi, in my opinion, and we're just getting started. Can you believe it? I mean, I find it amazing.
For sure. I think I definitely agree with both these guys as well, in that privacy is a fundamental right, and that despite a tool being used for malicious means doesn't mean that it itself is bad. I do believe that privacy is important. It's actually going to be one of the biggest battles, I think, in DeFi as we continue to think about that. And also I think it's interesting to think about, you know, how do we balance, if there is a good place to balance between, you know, government requests and needs and compliance versus that of like the privacy first kind of views that we have now. And as crypto becomes more and more mainstream, that's going to be more and more of a challenge. And I think another question that I constantly, you know, think about actually is, and this applies to all of us here on this panel, is, you know, at what point are we going to be accused of, you know, funding activities that just aren't friendly to certain state actors that we're in the jurisdictions of? And at what point are we going to be asked like, hey, look, you need to stop doing that? It's like, well, it's not me, it's the thing, the machine goes. And, you know, so obviously the privacy thing cuts both ways, and it's a very interesting topic, and I'm really curious how this is going to play out. And I think that there's a place here where hopefully everybody can, you know, maintain free speech despite the transparency and the blockchain and all that. Like, and I think the only way to do it is with privacy preserving tools like Tornado Cash. So I think we should all fight for protocols like that to exist as much as possible for the benefit of our own selves.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys, for that perspective. You know, that's something that a lot of people might not consider when they're thinking of these tools. So I think it's really good to hear that kind of unanimously across the board. So one of the other kind of things that I've noticed is we're all very much on Ethereum mainnet. Is there resilience to going towards a layer 2? Is it figuring out which layer 2 to go to, or is that part of the education barrier?
Well, Naki, you want to start? You are like the pioneer in that space.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So basically, like for Sushi, we have like this very interesting approach where we don't want to have any sort of purity test going on by us, by the dev, or by the team, by the contributors, and so on. We want to make sure that everyone that wants to swap can do so in pretty much every single venue of their choice. I do believe personally that, you know, where it's very important to consider where can you see at the moment Sushi incentives. You can only see them on Ethereum. Why is so? It's because right now everything is happening there. We do think that potentially in the future we're going to see maybe some Sushi incentives on other chains. That's maybe possible, but the truth is, why would you want to pretty much split liquidity on other chain for a certain type of asset? It doesn't make sense. If the assets are not, I would say, on Ethereum, then yeah, that could potentially make sense, because like I always said, you know, like Sushi incentives are mostly a way to bridge communities and to make sure that people have skin in the game with us and can participate in the community and so on by doing so. And this is very important because we have like a limited amount of Sushi, you know, like there's only going to be incentive for 3 years. This is the distribution period. We're going to try and make sure that is the most kind of diversified as much as we can. If it's not possible this way, it's probably we're going to have to see like other kind of way to influence the governance, not just with the token possibly. But anyway, on the layer 2 aspect, I do think similar to what we saw with ZK Money, it took like a few years to get to the finish line. Optimism is coming to pretty much like the last line. Apparently this month we're supposed to see a launch. I'm quite excited to see these layer 2 popping up. Personally, I do think that ZK rollups are where we want to see the ecosystem go. I think they are the most, on the technical perspective and so on, the most interesting ones. But if they're not ready in time, I do feel that everyone is going to probably go with the most secure and readily available solution that's going to hit the ecosystem. So in this case, Optimism seems geared to make a splash very soon. For Sushi, we are excited to, like I said, be everywhere that we need to be. And yeah, that's kind of my perspective. But I do think that ZK rollups, or you know, another chain, possibly layer 1 at some point, could be a solution. But everything is happening on Ethereum. I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. But for people without maybe a lot of capital, some alternatives make sense until we have the proper layer 2 in place and they're not just for a few subset of use case, but the whole kind of ecosystem.
I think for Cream anyway, the way we're looking at this is it's not really specific to layer 2 itself. It's just a scaling solution across layer 1 with bridges, EVM compatible layer 1s with bridges, as well as layer 2s. Those are all kind of considered the same in my opinion. So we're also on the path of being where users are and where assets are and where transactions are. So the path we're doing is actually just landing where the users and assets and transactions are, and then working on right now a way for users to do cross-chain lending. So what that would happen then is the capital efficiency also remains. So whether you believe that your home is in Ethereum or your home's in BSC or Phantom, you should be able to deposit one place and then borrow against that in the same place or elsewhere.
Well, great. Thank you so much, guys. Marc, you're muted right now. Let's just wrap up closing thoughts, and then we will turn the floor over. So,
So just to finish on that point, right now, as we are speaking, the gas price on Ethereum layer 1 is more than 200 GY, and fuck that. Like, really fuck that. Because at the end of the day, we are building decentralized finance for everyone. And if you have a less than 5-figure portfolio, Ethereum is not for you right now. And fuck that, because that's not what we want. That's not what we spend our energy on. And that's a shame. And that should change as soon as possible. And there's no other way to say it. Because if we don't manage to bring scalability and bring back DeFi to 2-figure portfolio to people in the part of the world where a 2-figure portfolio is a lot of money, it's like their savings, and they can have a decentralized saving accounts, we just failed. And everything we do is just a circle jerk of stupid rich boys that play together with financial tools. So that's probably one of the most crucial things we want to do together, and the most important things we should focus on right now. And there's progress that already made. Like the trailblazer on that was on the 15th of January Synthetics. They did their minting a module directly on Optimism. That's already 2 months ago. You have you guys at Cream working with Phantom, if I'm not wrong on this. You guys, Sushi Swap, real pioneer. You deploy in 5 different blockchains, so that's really impressive. Obviously, Aave is working on their own stuff, and you will see that in the next few weeks, not in the next few months, not in the like next quarter or this kind of things, in the next few weeks, and I want to say in the next few days. So, frankly, at the end of the day, and that will be my closing thought for this, the end user doesn't care. The end user wants to have something they can use. And right now, the only thing they can use is centralized. And you know what I'm talking about. We need to bring a decentralized alternative to the end user. And we need to bring that fast. That's the main focus, and it's happening.
Great. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And thank you so much for your perspective. I'm sure everyone, I know I certainly appreciated it. And thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now I'm going to turn the floor over to PowerPool. And are you guys here?
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hi, great. So I will turn the floor over to you now. I can't hear you if you're saying anything right now. We can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. We'll begin now. Hey everyone, I'm let me just.
CD, can you increase your volume or
Is
not?
it better now?
Yes, that's
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, perfect. Hey everyone, I'm Crypto Delacroix, and with me is Sergey Gherkin, and we're presenting Powerful, which is a protocol for smart indices on Ethereum. So here we're talking about the passive investment global market size. So in the traditional finance world, it's currently $73 trillion with ETFs growing every year, more so than index funds and mutual funds. And that's because retail investors want indexes that are passive, but also give them exposure to equities. In DeFi, we currently have a $43 billion TVL, with DeFi caps representing 85 billion. And right now for crypto ETFs, we have 180 million TVL, and that includes Purple, PiDAO, indexed, and also DPI. So benefits of on-chain indexes. So the financial system tends to be complex, and if we want to appeal to retail investors, then we need to simplify the decision-making process for them. The second is we have to turn many transactions into one transaction for gas efficiency, especially in current times on Ethereum. And lastly, decentralized finance needs decentralized indexes, fully utilizing the money Lego power of composability and meta governance. But there's also drawbacks to on-chain indexes, which is capital efficiency. And this is solved by PowerPool V2, where we actually make efficient use of the capital that's provided to the indexes. And the second issue is the arbitrage value drain, or basically selling winners, buying losers issue. And we also solve this by presenting a dynamic AMM solution to the market. So I want to go over the history of AMMs for on-chain indexes. So originally we had Balancer, which was the early vision was to provide automatic portfolio management, which is balanced out by arbitrators' trades. And then the second version of that is a balancer pool actively using pooled tokens. And most of that active use of those pooled tokens was meta governance. And the third evolution of the balancer pool was a community governance with manual wage changing from a time range of 1 week or every month. And then the full evolution of AMMs currently is smart ETFs with automatic weights changing based on the strategy, vaults, integrations, and composability to make use of the underlying tokens supplied to the index. I'll let you take this one, Sergey.
Yeah, sure. So basically, we consider dynamic AMMs as the next generation tech for portfolio management because they really can be rather compared to something closer to Wi-Fi strategies and these kind of financial instruments. But at the same time, they are just much more straightforward and simple ones because effectively you can get exposure on the whole DeFi market or selected segment of the DeFi market, and not only get this actual exposure, but also have effectively have an algorithmic strategy which should buy winners and sell losers at the same time. This maximizes capital gains for LPs while minimizing impairment losses. As a part of, as one of the most active part of PowerPool community, we are working with token engineering balance simulation research group consisting of several engineers, actually many engineers, who recently published the article about this dynamic AMM, and we probably will also share it a bit later. So dynamic AMM, here we just showing how it works from technical standpoint. I'm not sure whether I need to deep dive into the scheme, but for the end user, this effectively gives an opportunity. I mean, for the end user or for the automatic fund manager, ETF fund manager, this gives an opportunity to have at least 3 strategy, which are already implemented. Basically, they are market cap adjusted weights, TVL based weights, and market cap waste rebinder. And as a practical example, we can show so-called SC index, which consists of the DeFi governance tokens, which were either launched without any VC support or just by the community. The index was proposed by Marc from Aave, and it updates market prices and market caps for composite tokens every 4 hours. I believe this is far away from, far better than any competitive solution which is currently presented on the market. And the index is actually active and works pretty well. You can check it out on Dune Analytics, for example. And as the next step for this DMM engine, we consider what we call unlimited ETFs. This is basically the feature which allow the end users and the community to build ETF based on actually any tokens, not only the base assets like Aave, Wi-Fi, and many other DeFi tokens, but also derivative tokens such as C tokens, A tokens, and actually any of them. But at this very moment, we have launched Yala, in other words, your lazy ape token, which is a fund of funds for your strategies on stable coins. You can see the breakdown of its components here on the charts. So far, it is launched on basic AMM engine, but after we reach 1 million TVL, we will move it to DMM engine. At the moment, PowerPool has about 20 million in TVL, and basically we have a flagship index covering DeFi market, which is PIPT, DeFi blue chips, which will be migrated to dynamic AMM soon. The second one is Yeti, which covers your ecosystem, but we are planning to not only move it to DMM in a very close future, but also basically have some amendments for both of these base assets indexes. And SC, as I mentioned before, is already driven by DMM, and the same about Yala, but I mean that the technical stuff is ready. We just need to collect enough TVL to bring it to the DMM engine. And work in process now on NFT protocol tokens on 2 indexes covering different covering Binance Smart Chain from 2 different angles, pretty interesting ones, and also fund of funds for other walls. But basically, we're pretty close to be able to bring new indexes pretty fast. I believe maybe even by the end of this month or by the mid of April, and probably we'll see much more indexes very soon. Not only base assets indexes, but also derivative token indexes. Yeah.
Yeah. So the core the core idea of PowerPool was to provide meta governance to the market by also by providing index. So this was introduced by PowerPool, DeFi Summer. So we define meta governance as temporarily transferring protocol voting rights to a broad social consensus, and this way, a more broader community can make decisions on the DeFi protocols that we all depend on. And such an approach becomes reality due to DeFi composability. And voting rights are represented by digital assets, which can be pooled and managed together by the community. So we have this formula here that basically derives the value of that voting power. And we think in the future, the price of CVP and the value of CVP will be decided not only by the UI UX of providing an index token to the retail trader, but also the underlying voting power that the protocol controls across the DeFi sector.
Yeah, so this is basically a brief overview of PowerPool and its ecosystem, and the next step for us. We're more than happy to answer the questions and be in touch in the future.
Sure. So one of the things that really brought PowerPool onto my radar were the index funds that you guys have, and just it's pretty much like a blue chip index of the major funds. So in our last talk, we talked about kind of these meta protocols that are utilizing the underlying protocols. What kind of consideration goes into identifying which indexes you want to use, and is it do you have any kind of process aside from like the Yearn ecosystem?
Yeah, absolutely. So to define which indexes we should launch and what should be the composition of each of these indexes, this is basically can be a very straightforward procedure, requiring though pretty extensive, pretty comprehensive analysis. And as for now, we have collected data for more than 60 tokens over only ETH, DeFi ecosystem, and even more for other blockchains ecosystems, but they are mostly under consideration now. So if we speak about DeFi, if we speak about ETH ecosystem, we can use at least several key metrics. Actually, we can use about more than 30 metrics. But for first shortcut, we can use about 3 to 5 metrics, including price dynamics and the standard deviation of the price. I mean, in other words, price dynamic, price volatility, average daily traded volume, total average daily traded volume, and DEX's average traded volume. Also correlations with the ETH and BTC, and cross correlations between all of the tokens in the ecosystem and all of the tokens which we plan to include in a selected index.
Yeah, and you'll see PowerPool diversifying our offerings. So we were initially focused on the DeFi ecosystem. Now we're going to focus also on NFTs and offer a solution there for the retail trader, and Binance Smart Chain. And we're looking at other sectors as well, like social tokens. So we're definitely trying to diversify our offerings, and then in the future we could provide like a meta index of all these different indexes.
Yeah, so basically right at the moment I have at least from 10 to 15 ideas for indexes for different segments of DeFi or different combination of derivative tokens, but we still need to be a bit more stick to the point, not to get overly complex product for now. probably better have less indexes, but with higher TVL. And the balance here is very important. This is what I mean.
And how did you guys come up with the names for these pools? I think that's one of the best marketing that I've seen for some pools like the Lazy Ape and Aave. And they're just so like recognizable and also like on brand.
Yeah,
What's kind
we'll have the best community.
Yeah, so Marc Zeller, I think he's on the call. He came up with Aave, and Yearn Lazy Ape was by Milky Klim of the Yearn team.
Yeah, and basically, in regards with the previous question, many indexes were actually proposed by community members, by active community members, and all the things we needed to do from like as a guys who helps the team is just add some hard numbers to justify and probably adjust index weights and this kind of stuff. But the community is very active, and we have probably most active governance forum in the space.
And how did Power Pool form? Were you guys part of the Yearn community and there was a need that arose, and so it's like a spin-off from that community, or was it something else?
No, it's a standalone community which includes many guys from different projects and communities. For example, as Scott already mentioned, this Yala Lazy Ape Index was proposed by Milky Klim, and IC Index was proposed by Marc Zeller from Aave.
That's great that you guys are already kind of working on that cross-pollination that we were hitting on. So what's kind of the future for power pools and the indexes? You guys are looking at a few different ones, and you guys mentioned NFTs. How do you envision the NFT pools working?
Yeah, so right now we're going to provide an index of just NFT projects. We are exploring opportunities to actually go into the non-fungible space and provide an index for example, CryptoPunks or Babes. That's still being worked on, so we're not ready to present that to the community, but we should have a proposal up today for the composition of NFT projects for the NFT index.
Awesome, thank you. Also, so I noticed that the rewards are one of the things that really attracted me was that the contracts are written such that rewards are like able to have like a flow to them. So the actual like rate that rewards are generated was kind of built into the contracts. Can you talk about some of the special considerations that you guys took with the contracts? And what separates the actual contract level?
Sorry, I think we broke up. Can you repeat that?
Yeah,
So, yeah, I was just talking about some of the contracts that PowerPool wrote. So I thought they were really innovative because they have the configurable kind of payout rate for the token. So especially with the several different pools at the same time, like the reward rate is variable and voted on over time. And I was just asking if you had anything to say about how the protocol differentiated itself aside from just that it's the indexes.
Yeah, so basically, we are not technicians, unfortunately, but from what we see, as we carried on more or less extensive research compare it with competitors, comparing PowerPool protocol with competitors, as we see the technical characteristics of power pools dynamic AMM are pretty significantly better than the competitors one. As I said, I cannot say it like the developer, unfortunately.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry to put you guys on the spot. Yeah. So one of the other cool things that I noticed is just how easy it is to diversify into the protocol and into the various different assets. So it's like the balancer split. You can single asset enter and exit for any of those pools. Do you guys get any feedback about just entering into the indexes from yeah. So I've got one question from the audience, and that is regarding security. So they said, do you guys have any kind of comments on security or measures that pool party considers when they're in the market?
Well, so I guess we can just collect some of the more technical question and discuss it with the team and provide all the interested party with a more detailed answer.
Sorry, I had myself muted. Is there anything else that you guys would like to say about PowerPool?
Yeah, Sergey, do you want to speak about the circuit breaker?
Sorry, say it again, please. About what?
You should probably discuss the circuit breaker and how we have audits for every index that we launch. So we have I think we're pretty adamant about providing audits for everything before we launch, and also we have a circuit breaker that's controlled by the multi-sig. So I would say this is probably how we compare to Pool Party. I'm not familiar 100% with the security or what the question was, what security feature the question was speaking to particularly, but we do provide circuit breakers on all of our indexes just in case there's an issue.
All right, great, thank you. So I think that is all that we have right now. I'm trying to load up the next speaker. So do you guys want to talk a little bit more about your community, if that's possible?
Yeah, definitely. So recently, the PowerPool community decided to go forward with the management board. So Sergey and I are part of the management board, where we'll help the team out with tokenomics, with launching new indexes, and also with growing the community in the TVL. So this put tremendous trust into our hands, and we're hoping in the next few months that we could dramatically increase the TVL for PowerPool, and the next steps are looking pretty bright with dynamic AMM, with the NFT index, Binance Smart Chain, and providing more fund of funds. So we want to make sure that we're providing a composability for our indexes, because this is a unique selling point where you could make a return on the funds that you're providing to each index.
Great, thank you. And do you guys have developer rewards, or is the team is this team centralized? Like how do you split up development work?
Yeah, so right now we don't have any developers in the ecosystem that are building on their own, but we're more than happy for any developer to come on our forum and propose a technical implementation, and the community will decide the rewards for that developer, and the team will definitely help advise if necessary for any developer that wants to start working on PowerPool. So we definitely are open to that, and if any developers are listening to this, we look forward to from you on our forum. And we also have bug bounties, and we have team tokens that would be allocated for this work.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
So that brings up a lot of good points about hackathons and bounties. There are several other people that have open bounties, such as Cream. I know Cream has several open bounties for updates to Keeper liquidation bots, as well as other community upgrades. So I also want to just touch base on the collaborathon and talk about how you can get involved and help your communities or the world. So we have a hackathon going on where the requirement is that you create a project and something that is repeatable, that improves more than one community or the world, and it receives at least 10 positive reviews. And if you meet those requirements and submit your project, then you will have a cut of the prize pool. So please get any hackathon ideas in to form your teams. There's still a few more days left to form and submit. Also, I'd like to ask people to go to Gitcoin Grants and check out some of the many amazing communities and charities that are there. You can donate as little as $10, and it goes a long way towards helping support these groups. And a lot of them are the communities that we're talking about today. So helping them establish themselves is establishing the network that we're all going to use in the future, and empowering us to build more money Legos that use our freedom and allow us to be self-sufficient. So I think Julien is on deck. So I will take one moment to bring them up. And I also just want to give a big thank you to all the people that are part of MetaFEST and MetaGame. So Tommy, thank you very much for hosting yesterday, for being here and active today. Jelly, for working on the stream. Peeth, for helping with the schedule. And Metaverde, she will be here on Thursday. Sparrow has been instrumental in kind of organizing everything with NFTs as well as the schedule. And pretty much Bagsy McHolder, FOMO the third. He has been amazing in helping me get the treasure hunt up in CryptoVoxels. So I believe CryptoVoxels is back up now, and you can begin the treasure hunt. We put up flags in some of the locations. So if you see an auto flag with a rainbow, you'll know that you are close to the right spot for a clue. So if you turn those in, you can get some NFTs. Also stop by the MetaGame Discord for events all week, and check out the event page at metafest.metagame.wtf. So that will have the schedule for the week, as well as all the information for how to get to the CryptoVoxel's parcel, and information about MetaGame itself. So MetaGame is the community run and owned operation that put on MetaFEST. And hello, Julien. Boutenloup?
Hey.
Am I saying
Yeah.
that correctly? Well, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
I will turn the floor over to you. Thank you so much.
Wait. Before, is it like a panel or something, or should I? I'm not sure what's the what should be. I don't have a presentation, so I was actually expecting someone that we exchange.
Oh, no, this I was not prepared for that. So it was supposed to be 30 minutes of the floor for you. If you have any topics that you'd like to cover, I'd be happy to go back and forth. But I also
Well, actually, for me, it's easier if there's like someone that we can exchange. I think that the floor is about rug pulling and the risk of DeFi. I can basically talk about random things, but I don't. I would rather prefer someone that we can either have questions and have
Sure.
interaction. It will be easier than just me rambling around.
Sure, no problem. I've got plenty of questions about risks of DeFi, especially rug pulls and hacks. I mean, if we want to discuss, there's plenty of them. Obviously, one of them that is hot right now is what happened with Tri-Roll and their hot wallets. Do you have any? Do you know which event I'm talking about?
Yeah, well, I know which event you're talking about because I was actually also affected by this shit show.
Would you like to speak to that as kind of our opener, and then we can go from there?
Yeah, sure. Let me try to I'm trying to get my phone running out of battery. Yeah, actually, this hack is actually really interesting in a sense that compared to other hacks, Roll, which is basically a platform where you can issue social token. So social token in the sense that any people on Earth, for example, like people with like Instagram or any people can actually issue a social token, and this social token represent anything that they are dreaming about. So they could actually do, like, for example, the Julien token. When I issued the Julien token, was giving access to free audits around Solidity, free smart contracts audits, but also any C++, Python, like any like some programming languages, and also like anything about crypto economics, and also some investment due diligence, for example. So it's actually a massive project. If you think about the potential of having social tokens, it's huge in society. But the thing is, like, how they handle it is they have a multi-sig wallet that is in control of all the different social tokens that in the future will be issued to the market. And so, for example, as a social token holder, when you go to the platform and you mint your token, you only have access to 10 or 20% of the entire supply of your token, and Roll keep the rest and issue those tokens on a vesting period. So maybe like 6 months or like every trimester they issue those tokens. Well, here the issue is apparently someone, I don't know much because they're keeping information on their side. Someone apparently had either access to the multisig or was able to trigger the rug pull from internal action of the Roll company. So this is not really a DeFi hack. This is more like a traditional financial exploit. Yeah, but this is affecting. The hack happened on liquidity provider token, so people that provide liquidity on Uniswap. So they actually lost those tokens. Apparently, Roll will reimburse those people. Not reimburse, but will actually find an incentive mechanism to actually cover the loss.
So, yeah, that is one of the things that I've heard from a lot of the people affected, that it's just been so traumatic, and it's been so hard for them to kind of figure out how to support their community through this time. Do you have any info for like how people are going to recover? I see some people kind of moving towards a second coin. Some people are trying to hold their own coin. Do you have any advice on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, regarding the Julien token, that's what I've done in the past. But basically, I will make sure that those people aren't affected too much, and actually, this kind of situation will provide them a bigger hedge. So they probably lost some capital, but I will make sure that in the coming weeks, this capital, those funds that were lost, will represent in the near future just a small. They will actually receive more. So this will actually be a better position for them.
And for Rec newsletter, how do you stay on top of all of the news that it's happening and understand it so deep?
Yeah, rect.news. I'm not sure if you guys know rect.news. So REKT.news. It's not really a media company. It's more like a tech, really deep in tech. So we provide instant coverage for all the major exploits that are happening in this ecosystem. And the reason why we are able to do so is because we have builders, auditors, and people that understand the underlying technology, the crypto economics, and we basically have an OPSEC team. So whatever we monitor on the network that is actually something that appear to be suspicious, then we trigger this team that will contact the protocol. We reach out to the protocol and then ask them questions. And also, most of the time, we help those protocol to mitigate the exploit. So we either do counter attack. So we've done this in the past with some big names in the industry. But basically, because we have access to a different infrastructure, we also understand. So basically, there's a speed of understanding the hack and seeing what the hacker is trying to do. So that we can either front run the hacker or we can block him from withdrawing too much fund. For example, if there is a lock time in place, 8 hours and all the different things. So this is actually something that we can allow. But in Reg, we also focus on high premium content. So the way that we write those articles are really good English level that are written by some very nice, very strong, especially one person, also very strong in English. So we don't chill. We don't allow people to advertise their project on the platform. It's very independent. It's very underground, kind of dark side of news. So that's why. And whatever happened on the ecosystem, we receive some threats from people they ask to not be listed in Reg. Well, actually, from us, if we receive those threats, it's actually a good reason for us to cover this specific exploits.
And is there a pattern for exploits? Do we see the same exploit happening time and time again, or are things unique?
Yeah, you got potentially probably 3 or 4 different patterns. You got pattern where the easiest one is a bug inside the contract. So a bug meaning that is the easiest way that you can. Usually bugs are found in project that didn't spend much time trying to find audits and trying to be 100% secure. They probably a project that got a bug inside is probably a project that focused mostly on glory over security, because those bugs, if they reuse contracts, this shouldn't happen. But then we have bugs, not actually bugs, but I call them arbitrage. People, they like to call it exploits. It's basically they like to call it manipulation, but it's basically cryptonomics. It's being able to a legal. So DeFi legal, if you play in one side of the protocol, then you might affect another protocol, and then using that specific action of that protocol that will change an oracle, that will change the oracle, then you will be able to price a token in such a certain way that you can actually use it to mint more tokens, or to just rug pull a protocol that didn't actually think about making a protection against oracle manipulation. And then you have another pattern that came up like recently, from a few months ago, which is basically being able to fake the specific project by either whitelisting a specific action, or basically saying, like, for example, like Pickle, the Pickle hack, you add jar inside, the hacker made a fake jar and then present this fake jar to Pickle, and then Pickle was thought that was actually a real jar, and then inside this jar they use it. It's like a Trojan, you know, this kind of like which is fascinating. Yeah,
Just like with Aloha Mora, they tricked it into casting a bad spell.
sorry,
Right.
say again.
Aloha Mora.
Yeah, Amora, yeah, same.
Yeah.
That was actually the same thing. Yeah,
Yeah, same thing. Rather than a pickle jar, they changed the spell.
exactly. Yeah.
So how much of the hacks do hackers actually get out of the protocol, and how much of it is just kind of like lost? Is it very
What do you mean?
profitable
To hack
yeah.
hack protocols?
Are they getting away
Well-
with all this money, or is it parked in places that they can't use?
I think you got people that are good at hacking, but not good at making sure the money is clean. I would say that. I think it's always it's sort of. I mean, if you check rect.news, you would see all those different projects that got hacked, wrecked. That's what we say. But I would say that most of them, they got arbitraged rather than really wrecked, in the sense that there was a bug inside the protocol. It's just because they built the protocol in such a way that they didn't actually think outside the box, and they built it like really quick. But my point is, people might say that DeFi is dangerous and or whatever, and those hacks, they should, like, for example, Flash Loan. Flash Loan was a terrible product, and Flash Loan is dangerous and is evil. It's actually the opposite. Without Flash Loan, you won't have DeFi, and the only way that you can secure this space is by having more Flash Loans, because then you incentivize people to build solid tech. The reason why the bank is safe is because you had people trying to break into the bank before. You have robbers. Otherwise, the bank won't be safe and you will lose your money. So DeFi, the only way you can actually secure DeFi is by having more people trying to hack it, and then running more arbitrage market maker. The reason why you have DeFi also is because you have people, actors, that spend a lot of money in DevOps, a lot of money in AWS, spending a lot of money to, for example, doing arbitrage or liquidation, making sure you get liquidity on time. And people might say liquidators are bad, but it's actually without them, you won't be able to lend some capital and borrow capital on the market. For example, if you don't have liquidators, they couldn't lend or be fully bullish on ETH, lend those ETH on Aave, and then borrow against, and then invest in Curve or invest in StakeDAO. So my point is, like, all those different actors, either they people that are doing really strong arbitrage because of cryptonomics, or because they are market maker, or because they are liquidators, or because they actually know very well how to use the flash loans, they all the same. They make sure the protocol is running safely.
Great, thank you. And so one of the hard parts, and that you've mentioned repeatedly, is security audits. So obviously static analysis is subpar, and a lot of these companies have security audits in place. And so how do we, like, what's some of the ways that we can improve our audits so that we think outside of the box, like the hacker will?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question, because I think Rect, they just released something called leaderboard. Can I actually share my screen here?
Yeah, the bottom
Can I
left.
share my screen or not?
Yeah, you should be able
I
to. The
can.
bottom left, there should be a monitor looking thing.
No, there's nothing I can. No, I cannot. Well, that's fine. Maybe you can do it yourself. If you go to rect.news.
Okay.
Well, that's fine. Well, in the meantime, yeah, if you can have the page rect.news, and then you go to leaderboard, what we have over there, we have all the auditing companies that audit the project, and those projects are, yeah. So if you go to leaderboard on the top right hand side,
Let me find it 1 second. Yeah,
on the
leaderboard.
top, yeah, exactly this one. Yeah, unselect the content because this is being selected. If you click just, yeah, exactly. So you see, if you zoom in for so people can actually see what's going on. But you see, like all those different hacks, they have now a auditing company attached to it. So for example, you can see that KuCoin was internal audit, Alpha Finance was Crunstamp and PigChild. And you can see like some names that are being repeated across different protocols that got hacked. My point, and what we want to say, and that's why we add this description at the bottom, it's not because the company was audited that the company is completely safe. And also a company that, a good company, for example, like Quantum, Quantstamp or 12bits, they probably like did a good job, but maybe the company or the protocol doesn't actually know how to use the code. So sometimes it's not necessarily the fault of the auditing company, but you can actually see some names over there. And if you can see like some repetitive name, it's really clear that some of them are not very good at auditing actually.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I mean, Alpha Finance is what I was talking about with Alohomora. So yeah, these are the big ones here. Oh, here's Roll. Okay.
Yeah,
So
and then when you click on the hack, then you basically see very deep analysis, very deep technical understanding of whatever happened in this specific hack. Where Roll is a little bit different because Roll it's not kind of like on chain. It's probably like a multi-sig. Well, you can actually see like all the links to the different transactions, all the people that actually had access to those tokens. That's what we do. We provide like deep analysis from people that are running auditing firm or that are good in security.
yeah, and just for those that were unaware of the Roll hack, a lot of those tokens, as you demonstrate here, lost 98% of their value.
Yeah,
So,
they got completely wrecked.
and a lot of those people are creators in this space, and I know they took it personally hard, but I'm glad to hear that you mentioned that there's going to be some coverage from Roll.
Yeah, exactly. I think I usually say that what doesn't kill you make you stronger, and this one is if they don't sell the token, then I'm sure they will get more than before the hack. That's what the community should be, and that's what I'm myself engaged to do.
And I think one of the other big things to realize about that is a lot of the danger is kind of over, right? That hot wallets are all got dumped. Now, even like the Roll community isn't holding that kind of, there was obviously no time lock involved. So that was always kind of a long-term alignment with Roll that they weren't going to dump on people. But now that's not like a looming question,
Yeah.
So I agree with you. Whatever doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And, we've seen it even with the best of intentions. There have been some pain, which is just kind of learning. What about some of the acts that have not been learning pains? So specifically your talk
Chili,
title
running the Jitsi rooms.
was about rug pulls.
Say again, because I think we got cut.
Yeah, sorry. So one of the things for your talk, the title is DeFi rug pools.
Yeah.
So obviously a rug pool is going to be a lot more intentional than an exploit in the code. Are there any specific rug pools that you wanted to mention during your time?
I think the one from if you check the latest article from Rect, if you open it, the page, I think there was one Reef versus Alameda, which is basically SBF. I think this one is actually a really nice rug pull because it's a deal on traditional finance between two different companies for some agreements, but apparently Alameda, which is run by SBF, said that the deal wasn't just based on trust. So they received 20 million worth of tokens for doing some listing on FTX and doing some other things for Reef. But apparently, Alameda took those tokens and immediately dumped them on Binance. So I think this one is an interesting rug pull. It's another level of rug pull because it's intersection between traditional finance and decentralized finance. It's a traditional company, a quantitative hedging trading firm run by SBF that made a deal with Reef company, and then they got rug pull. Is Alameda the action where okay? I'm not sure. Is Reef lying? I'm not sure. But what's interesting is actually this kind of behavior that we should probably, basically, if you do things on smart contracts, it's more secure than if you do them on traditional finance, except if those smart contracts have exploits inside. But whatever happened in this latest article is basically truly showing that whatever is made in traditional finance, you shouldn't trust, and you should always verify.
That's very, very key. Trust. Don't trust. Verify. Do your own research always.
But the biggest rule pool that you can find on Reg is the Fed, like pulling millions of people. Yeah, and we have this article over there. It's like printing cash, printing trillions and selling those trillions to nation states worldwide and to people, and people believe this is actually real value. That's fantastic.
Yeah, you're right. The Fed is definitely pulling a rug pull over everyone over the past year and a half.
I think we call it the $3 trillion rug pull.
Well,
it's not bad. It's actually it should be actually. I think Reg should put the Fed on the top of the leaderboard because $3 trillion is pretty high.
Definitely, yeah. It's pretty much like EMN on steroids.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, we have our next speaker here. Thank you so much, Julien, for your time and your insight. And I also just want to mention
for having me.
Yeah, I want to mention one other rug pool. Did you see the NFT rug pool?
Oh, we cover Reg cover an NFT rug pool. That was like a few weeks.
The art one where the artists switched all the pictures to rugs after the auction.
All the pictures. Oh, that's fantastic. So basically, you buy an NFT, and as soon as you receive the NFT, it's changed to a rug pool. Oh, that's beautiful.
No, it changed to a rug, like literally like a woven.
It's changed to a rug. Oh, that's the best. That's the best.
Yeah,
I love it. People, I mean, people should be actually. It's kind of like buying a Banksy, and then seeing the painting disappearing. It's fantastic. Exactly. I think it's a piece of art. They should actually be happy and enjoying their time. They got rug pulled by an NFT that's disappeared.
Yeah. That also goes to on-chain data. But thank you very much.
Thank you, guys, and have fun with the next presentation. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. Next up, we have Hadrien from Aave.
Hey. I'm going to share my screen.
Great. Thank you very much. I will turn the floor over to you.
Hey. Hi everyone. So I'm gonna talk about Aave, a bit of 101 and a bit of 909. So showing the main capabilities, what it is, and also showing like what are the latest developments and what's exciting. And I think that there are a lot of things you can build on. So on the very high level, it's a liquidity protocol. So basically, we have depositors that can deposit capital in a pool, and you have borrowers that can borrow from them. The depositor gets interest, and the borrowers have to pay them. Then there are other stuff like flash loans or more interesting stuff that we're going to talk about. So today, we have more than $5 billion value locked in the protocol. And we have actually 3 markets live: the V1, the legacy one, the V2, that is the main market. And now we just launched today the AMM market, that is super exciting. In this market, you can use your LP tokens from Uniswap and Balancer first to borrow against. So, but now let's do the 101 part. So the main feature that the protocol has, so you can earn by depositing value. So you can think about depositing stable tokens, and you can earn a pretty good rate on it. And you can borrow. Let's say that you want to manage your risk, your financial risk, or take more risk or hedge your things. Then we have some more complex stuff. We have the credit delegation that has been introduced in V2, the ability to open your credit line to other people, and we'll see what it allows to do. We have the flash loans, of course. And we deployed a new governance V2 that is really interesting. I'm going to try to spend quite some time on it because I think it should be used by the community, at least for some projects. Then we have the safety model that is central to Aave risk model, and that's why we are confident that what we are doing is great. And again, we introduced the AMM market, so I have to talk a bit about that. So in V2, for those that know about V1, we can now have batch flash loans. So in a flash loan, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, we have the batch flash loans. We can make flash loan within the protocol. We have tokenized the debt. For now, it's not yet transferable, but we did it. There is the credit delegation I told you about, and yeah. The governance V2 that I told you that is new, what it allows for is you can delegate your power. Anyway, we have efficient gas on the whole protocol. We support WETH, and we have the permit function that allows in one transaction to approve and transfer. But yeah, so the very basic stuff, earning. It's when you can on Aave deposit your tokens. So let's say that you have DAI, you can deposit DAI on Aave, making it available for borrowers to borrow, and you will earn interest on time on this. And basically, you deposit your DAI, you won't have it anymore, but you'll have a DAI, and this is the A DAI is always worth 1 DAI, and it corresponds to your right to withdraw your DAIs. And so since 1 A DAI is always equals to 1, its amount is actually increased every cycle. So as soon as you deposit DAI, you get A DAI, and your amount of A DAI is always increasing with your interest. And so the 2 main functions around the earn part of the protocol is to deposit tokens and to withdraw tokens. So withdrawing is from your A DAI, you get back your DAI, and of course you'll have earned interests. So on the other side, you have the borrowers, and these are the ones that will borrow your DAI that you deposited, or that will borrow someone else's DAI. So for this, we say that Aave are are making over collateralized loans. It means that you can only borrow if you have already deposited in the protocol value. So let's say that you have deposited $1,000 of Ether, you will be able to borrow up to $800 worth of DAI. So basically, you use your A tokens, your deposit, as collateral to borrow other assets. And so that are the functions around borrowing. It's locking A tokens to get a loan, and you will have to repay it. You can choose between variable rate loan and a stable rate loan, knowing that at a specific time the stable rate is higher, but as his name says, it is guaranteeing a stable rate. So now the credit delegation, I think it's pretty interesting, and we haven't yet seen all the things that could be built on top of it. It's the fact that once you deposited on Aave, you have a credit line, right? But if you don't want to borrow, you could use this borrowing power to give it to others. So you can, you deposit money, but you don't want to take loan. You say, okay, maybe off chain, maybe in a real world contract. You contract with someone else that say, okay, you'll have access to my credit line, and you will be able to make a loan in my name. And if you don't reimburse me this loan, I lose my collateral. So it's really something. I have value. I give my borrowing power to someone else. And so from this, you can do a lot of stuff. You can make P2P loans. You can create a pool. Let's say we are, I don't know, a community that all pool together some funds, and whenever a person in the community is in trouble, he can use the borrowing power of this pool to have a credit for short term or stuff like that. I think it's really interesting. Also for arbitrage in DeFi, I think it's something that it's pretty interesting. We won't go into this, but basically you have your A tokens. You have thus some borrowing power. You can approve somebody to use your power and to make a lend for you on your behalf, and then you'll have to reimburse that. So now the flash loans, they are pretty known in the DeFi space, but again, it's the ability to. We said that people have deposited a lot of $5 billion in Aave, and at any time anybody can use this to make arbitrage or to do stuff. So basically, it's during a transaction, you can borrow as much as you want, and in a batch way. So meaning that you can borrow several assets that are in the Aave protocol, and as long as at the end of the transaction you'll have reimbursed the loan, then it's okay. But if you don't, the transaction will never will not work. It will be reverted. So it's a loan with no collateral, but that is instant. You need to pay back in the same. That is atomic. You need to pay back in the same transaction. In V2, what is interesting is that you can actually, and it's interesting for financial purposes. It allows for good stuff that you can make a loan, but not repay it. And you get a debt. It's great if you want to. It's more efficient to, let's say, you want to leverage your position. You could borrow some stuff and then put it as collateral and get a debt against that. So things that are the kind of things that you can do. Of course, it's used to generally. It's used whenever you want to. When you need to have capital for just to. Sorry to explain that, but let's say that you want to use your collateral in Maker to sell it for DAI and to reimburse the DAI with this, you will need to have capital, and that's where flash loans are. Sorry if it's not super clear, but yeah, it's the arbitrage. But I don't want to spend too much time today on this because it has been viewed a lot. And now, I'd like to talk about the governance, because I think it's really interesting, and it's been quite some time that governance are here, and I think that they could evolve to some interesting stuff. So yeah, the governance, the idea is that we don't, the Aave Genesis team, we don't actually control at all the protocol. It's the Aave token holders, and it's really interesting. What we can do only is to make proposals to change the protocol, and yeah, I think it's really exciting to see this. And so now let's talk about the V2 features that we have in the Aave governance. We have multiple tokens. So that means that if you want to vote on a proposal, let's say that there is a proposal to add a new token on Aave, you can vote either with your Aave tokens or with your stake Aave tokens currently. And actually soon you will be able to vote with your stake BPT, but we'll see that later. Also, what is interesting is that so Aave and stake Aave, they are the governance tokens, and they have two different powers. They have the proposition power, and you need proposition power to make a proposal, to submit a proposal to the governance. But they also have a separate power that is the voting power. This is the one you vote with. And since you can delegate these powers, I think it's really interesting. For instance, you can delegate, you think that this person is making a good proposal, but you want to help him to propose that to the community without giving this person your voting power. You can. I think it allows for great stuff. And we also have multiple voting procedures. So we'll talk about that a bit later. So just generally, how it works for under governance. Let's say that you want to list your asset on Aave. The way it works is that you go to the forum of Aave and you talk about your idea, and you try to gather community consensus. And this is during the ARC, the Aave request for comments. And yeah, I think that I invite anybody to go to the forum and to start new discussions. And once you have a proposal that makes sense and that have consensus, you will go to the AIP phase. So this is where you specify what it means and create the code. So when you make a proposal, it means that you want to change the protocol somehow, and so there is code involved. And so this is where the AIP lies. It's when you specify your proposal. And so then you go to the on-chain proposal creation, and this is where you need the proposition power. So whether from your Aave or stake Aave tokens, or whether because people delegated you power to you. And then the vote begins. And so, yeah, it's basically if there are more yes votes, it's going to pass, and the proposal, the code, the transaction will be executed. So, yeah, for instance, the last proposals where we added balancer, X Sushi, and we included the Aave balancer pool token into the safety model. And it helps now securing our protocol. I'll talk about that a bit. Currently, we have Aave, staked Aave, and soon we'll have staked ABPT. ABPT standing for Aave Balancer Pool Token. And we have two voting procedures. You can see that we have, let's say, a long procedure. That is when you want to change the constitution, so really change the governance or change anything about the governance tokens. This is super important. And so it's hard to make the proposal, and the voting needs to gather a very strong consensus to pass. And yeah, and you have also the normal one, let's say. It's when you want to change the laws. So let's say that you want to change a protocol metric, some fees, you want to add a new token, or to change the configuration of a token. You just have to go through the normal procedure with a lower threshold and a lower voting duration. So yeah, I think it could be interesting for those, because sometimes people don't have time to really look how governance works. But so we have the governance. Yeah, again, I'm gonna talk. So the long procedure and the normal procedure. That means that for one procedures, there is one executor. It is the smart contract that will execute the proposal. And so we have a long executor, the one that executes long procedures and process, and the normal executor that executes normal processes. And basically, the governance contract is owned by the long executor and the tokens too. So that means that if we want to make change on the tokens or on the governance itself, we have to go through the long process. But the protocol is owned by the other executor, that is the normal one, the short one. And yeah, I think it's pretty interesting to have that. And we here also another stuff is, I said that for now we have 2 tokens, and this is actually when we define the governance strategy, that we define how many tokens and how we count the power of each tokens. And this is customizable. For now, for us, for the Aave governance v2, we have Aave and stake Aave, and they have 1 power, meaning that one stake Aave gives as much power as one Aave. But this is actually something that you can customize, and you can add other governance tokens. You can change the weight, and I think this is also this is quite interesting. So now, quickly, just next to the governance, you have the safety model. This is a pool. This is where we stake the Aave and the staked ABPT I told you about. This is a big pool where you have people that want to help secure the Aave protocol, that stake their tokens. And if there is a shortfall event, this pool will be used partially to reimburse or to help maintain health in the protocol. So for now, we have more than $1.5 billion locked in this safety model, and 1/3 of it can be used in case of an event. So yeah, this is also something that is pretty interesting to. Of course, we have one of the most protected, but I think that this is also something that is really good for the protocol. We can expect the unexpected a bit, but anyway. Yeah, so you can really stake. If you go to Aave now in the staking UI, you can stake Aave or Aave ETH balancer pool token that corresponds to the liquidity pool of Aave and ETH in balancer 80/20. And so just today was released the AMM market. and I think that's really good. It's fun to see. It's the very beginning, but you can deposit into this market. So it's another market. It's not under the Aave main governance, and it's not under the safety model. But yeah, it's a new market, and on it you can deposit your liquidity provider tokens. So let's say that you provide liquidity to the ethtard pool. You can deposit them and make lend against that. You can borrow against that. So I think it's pretty nice to manage your risk of the impermanent loss or stuff like that. Again, it's more capital efficiency. We are very excited to have this. We can't wait also to add the Sushi LP tokens and the curve ones and more. This is a market dedicated for AMM. And yeah, and all the stuff that we that would be really nice to see is to place this market under a governance that is not our main governance, but that is, let's say, a mix of AMM tokens such as, I don't know, Uni, Balancer, Sushi, and Aave. Personally, I think it's an experiment that would be really nice, is to see new form of collaboration. Here it's in the case of the AMM market around AMMs, but I think that the governance framework allows to even merger acquisitions or collaboration between tokens community. You can create a governance between communities, and then this governance can own a project or stuff like that. I think, yeah, so I'll be trying to push for to see that, to put this AMM market under mixed governance model. And yeah, actually that's it. I don't know if there's time for a question, or if oh, sorry.
So I don't seem to see any questions right now.
Okay.
Do you think you could tell us a little bit more about kind of how did Aave form?
So I went pretty fast from the beginning, but maybe I could talk about what's coming. So here right now we have the governance token that are Aave and Stake Aave, and we just made the proposal to have a staked Aave balancer pool token within the governance tokens. And for now, the stake tokens, the process is not yet deployed on what happens if there's it's not automated. We want we will make a proposal first to add stake ABPT token as a governance token, but there is also how will be hashed. So we see that for now there are very risky for stake Aave and stake ABPT. They get the incentive, so they get reward on being stake tokens, but it is not yet defined in case of a shortfall event how the slash will happen. And so this is the thing that we are working on. We also working a lot of on making the protocol more efficient. Also, it can be interesting for people because for tax reasons, one of the specificity of Aave compared to other protocols, for instance, that when you deposit DAI, you get a DAI, and one a DAI is always redeemable for one DAI. That means that your amount of tokens is always increasing. In your wallet, you will have an amount of a DAI that is increasing always. And so we've been asked by some community members to build a layer on top of this so that you have a static A token, and that means that if you deposit 10 DAI, you will have 10 static A DAI, and the interest won't accrue, and it is when you withdraw that the event will happen, and that you will earn your interest. I'm also working on this, and I think that could interest some people. Yeah.
Great, thank you. There's a question about the automatic market make, and if that is applicable to like new markets as well.
Yeah, exactly. So we have this market right now, and it's a new market, and it's in the risk model. We really care a lot in Aave about the risk, and market should be safe. Like at least the main market should be really, really safe. And we actually changed the way we deploy the market so that it's easier for new markets to appear. And yeah, basically the idea is to separate the risk between markets, because of course the AMM market is a bit more risky than very well vetted tokens like there is in the V2 market that is on top of this secured by the safety model. So
And
yeah.
What would be the best way for people to jump in on Aave? Would that be to purchase some tokens and hop in the Discord?
In Aave generally, you mean?
Yes, in Aave, and also the governance and the community.
Yeah, I think that really. So first, the governance. I think that we will make a proposal so that the governance issues grants, and I think that it will be accepted. So I think it's a really good time to get into the community. You can join Discord, but also the forum if you want to make concrete proposals. But yeah, generally, I think it's a really, really good timing to play with the credit delegation parts, also the flash loans, and even with the governance V2. I think that yeah, that there is really, these are new features that haven't yet been really explored 100%, and yeah, I think that the community will be happy to help these projects go.
Great. Do you think you could drop some links for us?
Yeah, sorry.
In the Discord that we can follow?
I will do that later.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for your time today, and really appreciated learning more about everything you're working on. Is it pronounced Aave, or I heard someone say Aave? It's Aave. Is that right?
I think it's Aave.
Aave.
At least that's the way I say it, and yeah, most of the team Aave, I think it is.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much.
Yes.
So next up, I believe we have Arjun. Is that right? Arjun, are you there? Oh, that's me. I'm the camera. I'm the camera. While the next speaker is getting set up, I will again give everyone a big thank you for helping out and everyone taking this time. I know that this is very early for Asia, and we tried very hard to make the time slots work for everyone in Europe, Americas, and the other times. But it's very hard to get everyone together for a large block like this. So we really appreciate everyone making time and staying up late. If you're in Asia, I know we started out at 11:30 at night. So definitely trying to be very considerate of the DeFi speakers. When Leo first answered that he would be on, he was like, am I going to be on between 2 and 6 a.m.? Which I think is probably a concern for a lot of people in Asia. Okay, is the camera working for me? Do you see me okay? Are you there, Jelly? Hello. Hi, Arjun.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for joining me today.
Well, on a second. Your bandwidth is a bit poor. Is it better now? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
You can mute yourself in the MetaFEST voice.
Okay, he's muted in that one. That should help with any kind of feedback there. Can you hear me from this chat? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, great. So if you want to press the little monitor in the bottom left, it'll let you share your screen.
Okay, let me just click share. Can you see my screen?
Yep, I can see your screen all right, and I can hear you. If you press
Awesome.
the camera in the middle, you can also share your camera if you wish.
Okay.
I think that stopped the screen share.
Okay. How do I? Okay, you stop the screen share. Okay. Okay, so you're saying the camera stops the screen share. Okay.
No, the camera will continue with the screen share, but right now
Okay.
your screen stopped sharing, so you need to
Okay.
reshare.
For mine? Okay. Well, then let me just try and see if I can improve that. Just give me a second. I'll just go to the other room. Just give me a second. Yeah.
Yeah, connection on screen.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
All right. Is it better? Is the connection fine?
Yeah, connection looks fine to me. Ish.
Yeah, I'm on Chrome. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just try and save the bandwidth. I think this should be better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Should I share my screen?
Yes, please share your screen, and then we will turn the floor over to you.
All right.
I'll let you know when it's up.
All right. So can you see?
Yes, I see your screen.
Awesome. All right. So should I get started?
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
All righty. All right. Hey guys. So great to be here. And I just wanted to sort of take this opportunity to talk to you a bit more about what we're doing at Polygon, and also maybe take some questions which you have. So previously we were Matic Network, and now we've sort of rebranded ourselves to Polygon. And just give me 1 second. All right. So again, just wanted to take this chance to talk to you a bit more about Polygon and what we've been doing there, and also why lots of NFT projects have been sort of very interested in our network as well. In fact, today Elon Musk also used sort of put a tweet up for auction using Cent, which is also built on Polygon. So let me just jump right into it. So again, Polygon, we were previously Matic Network, and we sort of changed our name to Polygon. And I'll sort of talk to you why we did that and what that means. So just to quickly jump into it, so the story actually starts in 2017, right? So what are core offerings? So our company sort of started in 2017. We were Matic Network, and that's when the conversation about scaling really started. So there were a lot of I don't know how many of you remember, but there was this CryptoKitties episode where essentially there was this one app, right, which managed to sort of clog the entire the sort of Ethereum network, and obviously that prompted a lot of questions, right, about scalability and about how we could potentially sort of scale Ethereum, so and bring it to a state where you can actually deploy like very sort of scalable solutions, something which thousands of users can use, which would not clog the system. And the prevailing thought process at the time was around using plasma technology. So that's kind of where we built our sort of our primary offering, which is a hybrid plasma POS sidechain. And essentially, just to break that term down, which is plasma POS chain. So we use plasma technology. So essentially, every few blocks, we will Merkle root the transactions and then we'll place a checkpoint on Ethereum. And what that does is it ensures that all your assets are secured by Ethereum security, right? And so this is kind of why we also call ourselves a commit chain versus a pure side chain, right? So because everything, whatever's happening on our network is committed in a way to the Ethereum main chain. So all your assets, all your NFTs, everything is secured by Ethereum security. And of course, this was a great solution. This is a production grade solution. It is still sort of our sort of mainstay technology. We're still continuously developing it. And all the DApps on our platform are deployed on this hybrid plasma POS sidechain. Which again uses plasma. So we commit everything to Ethereum. However, when we did this, right, so this kind of prompted further questions to us, especially, right, about what the future of scaling should look like. And that's kind of what happened, is that the solution led to this problem statement, which is we kind of realized that while in 2017 we had we had plasma as a sort of the accepted approach around scaling. What has happened since then is we've had optimistic rollups, ZK rollups, and there could be other scaling solutions which come up in the future as well. And each, of course, technology has its own trade-offs, right, in terms of positives, negatives. And what we kind of realized is that different projects have different needs. So multiple solutions are likely to coexist in the future. Also, the ever-changing L2 landscape. So, for example, there are new innovations in scaling which kind of tend to make the old ones obsolete in many ways. So, for example, Plasma was the accepted approach in 2017, but today the conversation is all about optimistic rollups, ZK rollups, and the like. At the same time, right, there was no formalized framework which offered multiple solutions. So, for example, if you wanted to use a particular scaling technique, you had to then switch between different chains. You had to make those kind of decisions. And there was no single one place where a developer could go and get access to all of these different scaling techniques. And of course, what this meant, we like to call ourselves Ethereum maximalists, right? So we feel Ethereum is the best ecosystem and is the most diverse and the largest in the blockchain verse. And because of these performance concerns and these other issues with scalability and generally complexity, there's this never-ending list of Ethereum killers, which keep getting developed every now and then. And because of this scalability and cost concerns. So looking at what the future of scaling would be is how we came up with the Polygon sort of system, as one might say, or the Polygon solution, right? So essentially, the idea was to develop like a Swiss Army knife for Ethereum scaling, and the idea was to create an aggregator of sorts for all the different L2 scaling techniques. So ZK rollup chains, optimistic rollup chains, shared security chains. If you want to use Plasma, all of these different scaling technologies would be available under one umbrella. And you would also have the ability to spawn a standalone chain. And this is important from an enterprise perspective. So a lot of enterprise companies want their own chain, they want their own validators and things like that. So they should have that ability as well. Of course, you have all of these different chains. You need to have some way to interoperate between them, right? And to be able to communicate across these chains. And that's so, what this would do essentially would turn Ethereum into a proper multi-chain system, right? So a good way of understanding this would be like a polka dot, but on Ethereum. So essentially, instead of having a substrate layer and then parachains and all of that, we've actually put Ethereum at the center, which is a tried and tested technology. Has been in development for over 5 years. Is, again, like I said, largest, most diverse ecosystem out there. Hundreds of dApps, so much more adoption. And what we felt is that by keeping Ethereum in the middle, and we could create this sort of scaling layer around it. And what this would do is that essentially it would sort of kind of take Ethereum to the next level and be able to, and then we would be able to do sort of, build the kind of applications which currently which is simply not supported by Ethereum's sort of scaling bottlenecks and the current state of its technology. And of course, so what this means in terms of metrics is essentially, what you get is a 2-second block time. So any transaction you do is final in 2 seconds. We've also are EVM compatible, so anything which works on Ethereum works on our network. We also use the same ERC style assets, so we don't have our own custom token standard. All your assets are secured on Ethereum. The transactions are extremely cheap. So for example, as a number, for $10 on Polygon, you can do like 2 million transactions. A typical transaction costs something like $0.00004. It's practically free. And this is true for anything, right? So if you want to mint NFTs, if you want to trade them, if you want to mint your own ERC20 token, if you want to do anything, like the cost on average is 100,000 times cheaper than what it is currently on Ethereum. And what this does, right? So what does this do? So when you bring a really high performing chain and you also bring really, really inexpensive transactions, this combination brings the focus right back on user experience. Right, so all of these conversations we have of getting mainstream users, like the Web2 users who's used to, let's say, Netflix or Uber or any of those different kinds of apps on iOS or Android, you need to be able to give them the same experience in a Web3 environment, right, in a blockchain environment. Otherwise, you're not going to get that adoption. And that's what we wanted to do. So if you just look at that problem statement and you work backwards, like you kind of understand why we made these kind of decisions. And what this has meant for us is that we have over 100 apps deployed, at least 100 more, which have been currently, in progress, 400 billion in terms of TVLs rising daily, 160,000 transactions on a daily basis, all organically grown. And again, we've become sort of the de facto platform in many ways for NFTs, gaming, and even lots of DeFi applications, fast growing developer community. So we've crossed the 100K mark on Twitter, growing rapidly, Discord as well. And at the same time, we have lots and lots of amazing dApps using our ecosystem, right? So if I were to jump, and before I jump into the dApps, I also wanted to just quickly cover that, our core team from Matic remains the same, that we have Jayanti, Sandeep, and Anurag. We also Mihailo, who was sort of the person who came up with the Polygon concept initially, has also joined us as co-founder. And then, of course, we have some amazing advisors, right? Hudson James, Ryan Sean Adams from Bankless, Anthony Sassano, John Lilich, several others. So a lot of the key people who've been involved with Ethereum have now joined us to sort of help build the future of Ethereum scaling, as one might say. And one of the biggest advantages of building on Polygon, right? So before we get into that, on the DeFi side, we have some really amazing apps on our platform. Poly Market, one of the most popular prediction markets out there. A QuickSwap, which is an amazing DEX. It's like a Uniswap clone, but on a Polygon, has over $100 million in liquidity. It's growing really quickly. SportX, again, sort of a betting protocol. And just to get into the gaming and the NFT side of things, right? So all your major games, Neon District, Decentral games, Aavegotchi, right? Very addictive game. So I've really been into Aavegotchi these last couple of weeks, but very amazing. Mega Crypto Poly, Chain Guardians, OpenSea also is now launching on Polygon. Cometh Games, again, amazing team and amazing products. So some of the best NFT games, NFT projects out there are either already on us or are building on us. And one of the best things about Polygon is that everything which works on Ethereum essentially works on Polygon. So all of your developer tooling, everything which you're used to on Ethereum, it's the same on Polygon. Right? So essentially, if you're an Ethereum developer, you're automatically a Polygon developer. All your things, right? Whether it's depositing assets, transferring assets between Ethereum and Polygon, you want to go from layer 1 to layer 2 to layer 1 back again, all of those kind of things. Like all of that is seamless. And it's super easy to do, right? So you can do those kind of funky things, like you can mint, like batch mint, NFTs on the Polygon network because it's so cheap, and then you can choose to transfer them onto L1 if you want to go to like I don't know, like some specific marketplace or something like that. At the same time, again, EVM compatibility, simple SDKs, making it really easy for any developer to enter, exit the chain, and just to move. I also had a developer video, but it's kind of long, so I'll post the link for that. So on the development side, if you want to take a look, you can get an idea of how easy it is. Infrastructure tooling remains the same. So all your wallets, all your popular wallets, MetaMask, Arcane, Fortmatic, Wallet Connect, Oracle's Chainlink, Band, Razor, like utilities, on-ramps, meta transactions, all your infrastructure tooling, marketplaces as well. So Arcane's marketplace is already live. OpenSea will be live very soon. I think probably tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. Everything which you used to on Ethereum, you can essentially use on our network. So that kind of really just brings me to the end of the presentation which I had in mind. And I think what I can do right now is just take some questions. So if anybody has any questions, I'd love to sort of take those and could kind of take it from there.
Great. So Polygon was previously Matic. What sparked the name change to Polygon?
Man, it was a tough decision, because the jury was equally split because Matic already had great brand recall. But then what we kind of felt is that for what we're building and what we represent, we needed to sort of give it the right name, which was fitting to this concept. So if you look at Polygon mathematically, it's an n-sided figure which can fit any shape or any size. And that is the kind of flexibility we wanted to bring, to the Ethereum ecosystem when it comes to scaling, when it comes to development. So we felt that the name Polygon was fitting, obviously in an ultra geeky way, but that's how we are, I guess. So that's kind of where the name Polygon came from.
And obviously, there's no connection to polygonal mind. Is that right?
No, there's no connection to that.
Yeah. Do you have any games brewing from them, as possibly Neon City coming?
You mean from Polygonal Minds?
Yes.
So Polygonal Minds team is obviously exciting. I've spoken to them before, so I can't comment on that right now. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to see something go live, very soon. And then honestly, guys, if you want to just take a quick peek at, let me just see if I can just. So I think one of the community members, just sort of reached out to me today, and he's put together this cool website, awesomepolygon.com. You can just check this out. It gives you an idea of some, at least I think he's covered quite a few of the apps which are deployed on our network. So you can check this out. I'm actually trying to reach out to him and get him to update this with all the others. So yeah, so if you have any sort of, if you want to know about all the different deployments, you can like kind of check it out there. Yeah.
Awesome. And what about XDAI? Do you guys have any kind of competitiveness with XDAI? Do you see yourselves as in like working together, or what are kind of some of the differences that people might not know between you?
Sure, definitely. So I think XDAI is also a great project. I think if I'm not wrong, they came out of ETH Berlin back in the day, and they're trying to solve the same problem, which is scalability. So I think they've been fairly successful as well. I think there are some differences in the way XDAI operates as a technology, right, compared to us. So for example, we've gone with the sort of a proof of stake decentralized route, right? So we have over 90 different validators spread across the globe. While XDAI has gone with a different approach, where they've gone with a proof of authority approach, right? Where there are like I think 8 fixed validators who do sort of the validation. So that's a different approach. So we've gone with a more decentralized approach. There are some other technology differences, but just from like a high level, both of us are trying to solve the same problem. Both of us want Ethereum to succeed. We're very passionate about the Ethereum ecosystem. So that way, I don't really see it as competitiveness. I guess it's like we've used a different sort of tech approach towards solving for scalability, which we feel is more superior and sort of is more decentralized, more censorship resistant, and I think maybe from a future perspective more scalable. So that's again I'm biased, obviously. can't blame me there, but right, definitely. No, but yeah, again, it's a great team, man. So I think they're doing a great job. But yeah.
Great, thank you. And one of the big advantages for Matic that I see right now is the integration with OpenSeas, which is pretty much our standard marketplace.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. So yeah.
How did that partnership come about? Is there any kind of official partnership, or did OpenSeas pick up Matic?
So we've been so I think OpenSea has been evaluating they were evaluating many different Layer 2 solutions for a while, and even with OpenSea, right? So OpenSea obviously wants to bring more power to content creators, right? You want to take that away from companies, centralized companies, and put the power in the creators' hands. Now the problem, what is happening, just to give you a backdrop, right? The problem, what is happening is that and this is true for every NFT marketplace, is that typically when we read on Twitter, we tend to read about the $100,000 NFT or the $1 million NFT, but 95% of the NFTs are between $0 to $100, right? And when your gas fees is $30, like nobody's gonna buy that. So there's a huge amount of inventory which like never gets sold, and this keeps so many creators, apart from the famous ones, right? Away from sort of really monetizing their art or sort of their content. So that's kind of what I think every NFT marketplace figured out, and so also OpenSea, right? So they started hunting for L2 solutions for a while, right? And then we spoke to them, they spoke to us, they liked our technology, and it was a long engagement, where we answered many of the questions. The developers took a look at our stack, and that's kind of where the partnership came about. And we had planned like a proper big bang launch of sorts, but somebody found the repo, right, on our GitHub, and the news got leaked on Twitter. So yeah, but the community reaction was very positive, so we're very happy about that. So yeah, so that's kind of really how it went about, and what is a problem which L2 is solving for many of these marketplaces.
And so obviously we're talking about Layer 2 solutions. How easy is it to use kind of the bridge to swap between Layer 2 solutions, and how far do you think that might be off?
Okay, so just correct me if I'm wrong. So when you say swap between different Layer 2 solutions, you mean like something like maybe a Polygon and XDAI, or do you mean between Ethereum and Polygon?
Yeah, I'm talking about switching like tokens from Matic and Polygon to XDAI, or XDAI to Polygon.
Okay, so I think there's several ways to do that. So I think the folks at Connext, who are trying to solve cross-chain sort of transfers in general, have I think built a bridge for that, so you can swap assets easily between XDAI and Polygon. And similarly, there are teams like the P Network team is also building a bridge to Polygon, from Polygon to Binance Smart Chain. So all those bridges are being built between different chains. So I think it's going to be fairly easy. When I say fairly easy, all of these things are going to become sort of with the GUI and all of that's going to be ready in maybe like 2 to 3 weeks. So it's going to be very easy to sort of swap between different Layer 2 chains, and in general, I also feel that connecting all the different Layer 2 solutions is an extremely important thing, not just from the liquidity standpoint, but also the fact that like currently you have the Ethereum sort of ecosystem being split or fragmented amongst, let's say, 3 or 4 different chains. And so imagine them. So the way to visualize this is that they're like islands, right? And when you build the bridges between these islands, then these communities which are fragmented get to interact with each other and sort of move about from different chains. And what's going to happen over a period of time is that these communities, right, will eventually coalesce towards this one solution, which sort of solves the majority of the problem, or whatever ecosystem they feel is the best. So it's like this, like I don't know, like a strange way of natural selection, which is being accelerated, which is already happening, but it's been accelerated by creating these bridges, which allows these communities to move about freely and also interact with each other. So I think this is extremely important, and it's already kind of a solved problem. It has to just be solved in a better way with better GUI to make it easy for the average user to sort of swap their liquidity, tokens, NFTs, whatever have you, between different L2 solutions.
So one of the things for the tokens being locked on the network that I've noticed is that when people do the tools for them, a lot of the contracts or other tokens that they might expect are not there, or obviously have different token addresses. So what's one of the ways that we can kind of ensure that some of the tools that we expect make it over to these other layers?
So I think the teams who are developing these L2 solutions need to solve for these kind of problems, right? So I'll give you an example of what we've done. So what we follow is this approach, right? Which is we have this interface. So we've already built the bridge from, let's say, L1 to L2, right? So we built this sort of interface, which is your wallet.matic.network, and then you can use this to sort of easily move funds from L1 to L2 or L2 to L1, right? And it's fairly easy. All your like, as you can see, there's a huge number of tokens which have been already bridged, things like that. So here you don't have to worry about the token address. You can just like select anything and you can like sort of send anything anywhere. And what we've also built is sort of we built an easy tool that if you see there's a token which is not there, or like it's just like maybe a custom token or an LP token, right? Sometimes you can go to Mapper, which is mapper.matic today, and you can just put in a mapping request. Like you can just put in a mapping request right here. You can fill in the details and we'll sort of map that token for you. So I think just by building these kind of interfaces, we just make it easy for anybody to use and then transfer liquidity. I think this is something which L2 chain or teams like ours, for example, or other teams need to solve for and make it easy for users. And so this has been our approach. I'm sure that other chains have similar approaches as well. And this is why I wanted to show you this, is because even with cross-chain liquidity, it needs to look like this. Right? It needs to be this easy. Like I should be able to select like a network or do whatever, and then be able to do it. And those interfaces will also be ready soon. So I think it's really the onus on the L2 chain creators or the team behind the L2 chains, and also the partner network they've built to sort of really bring about these solutions to make it easy for the user, to do these kind of things. So yeah.
Well, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, that looks like exactly what I was kind of hinting at. So I'm very happy to hear that you guys are cognizant of it and working on a solution that helps map addresses.
Absolutely. And again, different token addresses, like, is a problem. I mean, you can't really solve it, right? Because it's on another chain, so the address is going to be different. But like I said, the tooling, if it just makes it easy, then yeah, it's great to see. You can see the ETH address, math address, anything you want to check out. DGen, you can and then if you want to check out other stuff, for example, you can just click copy it, and then you can go to like Etherscan and do your due diligence or whatever. Like if you want to see what the token address looks like or something, if it's verified or not, like those kind of things. So you can just like quickly scroll over, and there you have it. And then you can go and see the contract that's verified as well. So yeah, and you can see the code, and so it has to be like intuitive and easy to use. So yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of medical billing with ICD codes. You have to always be kind of mapping the right ICD-9 to ICD-10, and otherwise insurances don't pay.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's yeah. So it has to happen automatically. So like if you with this kind of interface, what we felt is where you can like see all of these things. It's just like, so for example, on the Matic side, if you want to take a look, you can do that. I mean, I don't know if the medical sort of analogy is the best analogy, because man, that all that medical like sort of bills and stuff is just quite a nightmare. It definitely needs to be more streamlined, but like yeah, we try to like make it as easy as possible for teams to just sort of do the basic stuff, take a look, read the contract, and yeah.
Well, great. Thank you so much for your time.
Hey, sure, definitely, man. Happy to be here. And of course, you can find me on Discord anytime. Anybody has any questions, just feel free to reach out to me. And of course, I'll cover anything you want to know. And if there's some way we can help you with your project as well, I'd love to hear that as well. So yeah, so happy to be here.
Please leave your info in the Discord group. And yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Nikola, are you here? Boutenloup?
Hi.
Am I saying it correct? Hi,
Hi.
how's it going?
Hi, it's going pretty good. I hope you can hear me fine, and hopefully you can see me as well.
Yeah, I can hear you and see you.
All right.
Well.
Perfect. So I don't really have a presentation prepared per se, but I wanted to share something we've been working on for the past few months. So as I've heard today in the Discord, I think some of the people might have actually already used DeFiSaver. Let me share my screen here, and I'll get the rest of you acquainted. All right. Right. So DeFiSaver is basically a DeFi management app. It started off way back in, I think, late 2018, early 2019, but it was basically maker management, sort of a maker CDP management app. And like one of the main features was like basically having this one-click leveraging of your position, where you would just basically let the user, we'd let the user sort of borrow DAI, swap it for more collateral, and deposit it back, making the sort of leveraging experience more safe, because you would do it in a single transaction, and simultaneously making it easier and just reducing the complexity overall of the whole sort of protocol. And ever since then, we've been sort of at the midpoint between platform creators like Maker, Compound, Aave, and Reflexer as of recently, and the end users, with the aim of sort of reducing the complexity and just increasing the overall security, safety, transparency of what the user is doing, and just sort of providing this additional value in that way. So I guess with that in mind, we sort of just continued creating in that direction. And we have this cool tool that's sort of the idea is to enable, actually, I mean, you've heard the money Legos metaphor plenty of times already, so I don't think I have to sort of explain it. Right, so in order to show you the recipe creator, I'm just gonna show you one more feature that we've been using internally, but actually we're now working on sort of sharing with the users, because we've just realized it makes perfect sense. So I'm going to enter this simulation mode, and basically what that's going to do is just going to create a fork of the mainnet for me, and enter this whole simulation mode where I'll have 100 ETH, and I'll be able to sort of play around as I see fit, without actually sort of deploy, without actually sending any transactions to the actual mainnet. So this is available for like my wallet, and just sort of for users that don't yet have a wallet. So the idea is to sort of lower the entrance barrier as much as possible. So I'm right now in the simulation mode. All of this is super early stuff, and some of it is probably going to break. So I guess I just have that in mind, and I'm sorry if it does. But right now I'm in simulation mode. You have this green hue in the background, just noting that you're like inside a simulation. I have this preset balance on this random account. So the actual idea is, you've probably heard of this before. I have all these sort of Legos from all the different protocols, including flash loans, just buying and selling, swapping, just the basic platforms. And we're just going to let the user create specific complex transactions that fit their needs. So for example, I have this compound position that has this leftover debt, but it's just like a very small debt. And I have a bunch of collateral that I want to withdraw, and it's going to be like, it might end up being like 2 transactions, 3 if I have to swap it first. And it's, well, maybe actually, I'll just show you with an example. We can just try creating a leveraged position on Aave, for example. So I have 100 ETH, and let's say I want to leverage 10 of my ETH, but I just want to do it in a single transaction. So some of you might already know how this is done using flash loans. And for the less developer-oriented users out there, this is going to be like a super quick intro. So I'm going to make a flash loan of, let's say, 10,000 DAI. I'll just show it. I'll just walk you step by step, so you can see. I hope you can see this. So I have a balance of 10,000 DAI on my recipe. You can think of the recipe balance as a sort of a temporary balance, and then I have a negative balance, obviously, at depth on DYDX because I flash borrowed 10,000 DAI. So what I want to do is, first off, I want to sell the borrowed DAI for ETH. And I'm just gonna try to obviously sell that for ETH. I'm gonna get around 5.5 ETH. Just gonna use the recipe balance. And so yeah, right now after this step, I obviously have like around 5.5 ETH and no DAI. You can also see like the final state actually at the end of the recipe. So this part is interesting. I'm going to supply collateral to Aave, but since this is a sell, it's an on-chain exchange, I'm never quite sure how much I'm going to get. So that's sort of been an issue for like existing implementations whenever you're trying to do something like that. So what we've done is we've created a way for you to like actually use the output of the previous function as the input for this one. So basically, I have a output of 5.5 ETH in the action number 2, and in action number 3, I'm using that as input here and basically supplying that ETH. So how much ever I get, if I get a 3% slippage or a 0% slippage, I'm guaranteed to not have any leftover on my sort of temporary balance. So I'm just going to deposit all of it, and I'm just going to deposit like an extra. Let's say 10 ETH from my wallet. I'm just going to enter the amount, and you can see I should have around 15.5 ETH of collateral deposited in Aave. And I can add also, well, I have to add because as you can see, I still have a negative balance here on the DYDX sort of flash loan contract. So what I'm going to do is borrow the DAI. Yeah, after I borrow 10,000, I can actually pick it from here as well. So you can just use this output sort of as the input of the borrow. So that way, if you change the input here, so you can change this to 12,000 or like 9,000, whatever your target ratio is, and it will automatically change here. I'm actually going to try that just to show you. So my current ratio rate like this would be like around 200. This is my collateralization ratio. So if I change it to like 8,000, this should, right, because I didn't use this. And yeah, so this automatically changed to 8,000. This automatically changed to like 4.5. I'm just supplying 4.5 ETH here. And my ratio is actually increased because I have less debt now. Right, so right now after this borrow, I have like 8,000 DAI in my wallet. And I'm just gonna, I have this suggestion here to sort of pay back. But I'm actually gonna have to just do this, and this should work like this. And you can see I finally have this, so I've deposited 10 ETH from my wallet. And I have this Aave position, which has around 14, 15 ETH and a depth of 8,000. So I've basically created a leveraged Aave position in a single transaction. Right, and you can see like the final state here. So I'm going to try to execute this. This is all being executed on a fork, and hopefully it will work. Right, or maybe not, I guess. That actually might be because I don't have a smart wallet. This is what I was actually setting up for earlier. But if you just give me a second to sort of create it. This is, again, super early stuff. So I do apologize for like the delay.
Yeah, thank you very much for showing us this. It's very helpful to see it live in action.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You're doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few more things to come here, and it because it should be, if I just reload my page here, actually the recipe state is saved, and you can sort of share this link with anyone to basically share recipes. Just give it a second, and it will load up. We have our position here, and if I execute it, hopefully it will execute, and yeah, there we go. So if I go to my portfolio now, hopefully I'll. There we go. So if I open it, you can then just have it live within a few weeks. We're waiting for some audits internally, and yeah, I'd love to hear any feedback or hear any tests if you can, if you wanna. Yeah,
I think that it's great to see this in action and kind of see just like how low code the recipes are. It really is inviting for people to kind of take control of that power, and I think that you've done a great job of making it less scary and inviting to people.
Right.
Is there any education or marketing that you guys have done to try and get people to understand them from this? Is there like a playground that people can walk through to set up basic recipes?
Yeah, we've so this is like super early stuff. This is actually the first time we're doing a demo of this ever, because this is just this has been in development for the last few months, I want to say, and we have a lot of stuff coming up. As with our previous features, we have really strong sort of user support. We have a very active Discord, and the whole community is engaged, so to speak. And shout out to the Discord folks if any of them are listening or watching. And regarding the actual recipe creator, we are planning a bunch of stuff. We're gonna have we're obviously gonna have detailed docs. We're gonna have a bunch of examples, sort of pre-made recipes, and I mean a lot of it is just yet to come. We've heard some feedback from users, what they'd like to see. We've been doing user testing, and we've sort of been preparing some example recipes internally and just using the tool as it is to sort of see what makes sense for the users and sort of, you know, what it would actually be used for. So all these recipes are basically something that up until this point has been done by just using specialized contracts. So, you know, back in early 2019, we just basically had like contracts that were like specifically for, I can't show it on this account, for like boost and repay. So you would just basically have a contract that just does one recipe. And then we sort of expanded on creating automatic leverage position and automatically leverage position. So you would like create, as I showed, like a leverage position in one transaction. Then we expanded to like some other custom stuff that just like the most of the users needed or wanted. So for example, just automatic one transaction comp mining, where you could just withdraw your comp from Compound and either supply it back or swap it and then supply it, or just swap it and withdraw it. And we've sort of been doing these recipes for I want to say 2 years, and we've just been like, I guess it's just a natural progression of that. I think we're fairly in touch with the user base in the community, and although we are always looking for like user testers, so feel free to join the Discord and I guess tell us what you'd like to see.
One of the key things that I see with the DeFiSaver is that you're integrating, you know, other communities, and that really plays to what we said in the panel, is that the next wave of DeFi isn't going to be like direct DeFi. It's going to be other protocols integrating.
Right.
What's one of the ways? Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of it has been already said. I think there was a great keynote earlier today, and the guys have just said a lot of what I would have said anyway, just regarding the sort of importance of just user experience and like the integration. I mean, but we all know this. Like we know that we've heard the metaphor so many times, and I think it just we're very aware of the importance. Yeah, and then just looking back to what I think Marc said regarding just the transaction prices, the gas prices, the sort of user onboarding, just the barricade of price, and just like the availability is just something we're also thinking about. Just constantly talking to sort of protocol providers, protocol creators regarding L2 integrations and development. That is something we also have in mind and are looking into. Yeah, you were gonna ask. I think I interrupted you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how you select kind of communities that or protocols that you want to engage with the DeFiSaver.
Right. Yeah, that's a fair question. So we sort of try to, as I said probably numerous times, we try to sort of create a brand of trust around DeFiSaver, because I mean we are DeFiSaver at the end of the day. So we sort of try to do the due diligence instead of the users. We just sort of try to integrate. What I'm saying is we don't want to have anything on our platform that we're personally not certain in. We're not like sure is safe and it works, and then it's just like a safe investment opportunity. So I can't say that we have a formal process, but we are definitely sort of we always vet sort of the platforms we integrate.
I agree. Yeah, I think that curation process and sticking with what you know and things that you're confident in is great.
Right.
I also think that what you guys are doing it speaks a lot to education and how making it easier and more approachable.
Yeah, I mean it's such a nice place to be, because it's just like the technology is just so inspiring, and we're just trying to make it more accessible to users, and it's just like it's a very pretty place to be.
What are some of the common questions that you guys have to answer all the time about DeFiSaver and that would save your headache if people knew?
Right. I mean, other than the sort of basic, I guess, how to make a CDP, and what is this? What does this do? we've just been having a lot of, I guess, gas fee related questions and issues. I mean, we've had users, I think somebody said already today, like if you don't have a 5-figure position, like DeFi is currently not for you. And it's not like, I personally had a CDP, you know, like a year from now or like a year and a half from now. And, you know, it was like a 1 or 2 or 3,000 DAI CDP, you know, it was just fine. You know, you could boost it for like, I don't know, $50 worth of ETH at the time. And now it's just like you have these crazy expensive transactions. I mean, just the transaction I made earlier is just like, I think around $1,000 of ETH. And we've had a lot of confusion, you know, I created like a CDP and it cost me this much, and like what happened? Or like we have this automation service and it's just like become an issue for the users because like they get sort of they get repaid, they get like saved from liquidation, but it's also at the same time it's at that point so expensive for them. It's just like it's creating this. But like I think those are like problems that are like we all know at this point. I think we're all sort of accustomed to them. We've gotten accustomed, at least in the previous few months. I mean, just looking at the gas price now, it's just around 200. It's just a ridiculous amount. Right. I'm not sure if that answers your question. I think yeah, it's just like we've also I have to say in the especially in the last, I want to say 6 months, we've had such a large number of newcomers to DeFi joining the Discord and, you know, pinging our customer support and just pinging the chat here, and just a huge number of new users. And it's inspiring, but it's also, you know, scary because, you know, you're seeing such huge growth and we're just fighting it and just trying to make the product good. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure if I cover your question.
No, I mean that's okay. I mean, it's more important to hear your feedback and your honest answer and kind of where we're going than to get my direct questions answered. It's more important that we kind of have a discussion. So I think one of the key things is with new users is education, and I think you definitely have gone a long way towards education and making things easier to understand.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And it's
DeFiSaver.
Yeah. Yes, please.
DeFiSaver also make it safer for people.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say I want to say yes. I really want to. That's what people have been telling us. You know, we've had like it's our favorite tweet and it's our favorite message to receive. And when people say like, "Oh, DeFiSaver helps me sleep," and it's just such a nice sentiment. And yeah, I mean, education is something we've thought about a lot with this whole thing. We've sort of tried to make all the actions as simple as possible to use, and sort of, I mean, this is all going to be available as an SDK for like developers, but that's just such a small percentage of users, and it's just like we've tried to, with this UI, we've just tried to abstract all the complexity away from, as much as possible of the complexity away from the contract side and the sort of estimation. Even with this simulation mode, the idea was just sort of, I mean, you can read all you want, but if you like, unless you try it and you see what actually happened, and that's just the best way to learn, I guess. And we've sort of tried to apply this principle throughout the whole app. When like we've just tried to sort of show you what's gonna happen before you actually do it. So like, if I enter an amount here and if I say I want to withdraw 1 ETH, this should like yeah, I'm not sure what is going on here, but basically right, okay, so something is going on in the background, but let's say hopefully compound will work. Yeah, okay, we have some stuff obviously going on in the background, and wait, if I switch here, okay. Okay, Okay, I guess not. Well, actually, in the actual app, whenever you sort of do something, whenever you sort of enter an amount, the idea is to sort of show you the immediate value. To show you the immediate value of what's about to happen. So when you say I want to supply 1E, and immediately I can see, so okay, my supply balance is going to be 1.1800, and if I turn on as collateral, I'll have a borrow limit, which isn't shown here because it's not collateral yet, and I'm not on my smart wallet. And so if I partially repay my debt, so if I enter anything anywhere, we'll sort of show the after values. We'll just sort of let the user be certain of what's going to happen ahead of time without actually sending the transaction and doing something that's permanent. And that's just sort of the philosophy of we try to incorporate in everything we do.
You mind if I switch gears a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
One of the other things that I've noticed with the Web3 communities is that we're very kind of siloed in our communities. So the DeFi people don't really speak to the NFT people as much. The NFT people don't speak to the DAO people as much. I think in this next year, there's going to be a lot more crossover between all of the communities.
Right.
Are there any kind of NFTs that you're really into or projects that you like?
Right.
I think NFT space?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were personally like, because DeFiSaver is like a project of Decenter, which is like this whole team of a few people that just like came together and did some R&D work basically for the past few years. And we had this NFT project. I think we were just like maybe too early, I guess. This was like back in 2018. We just made this sort of whole NFT website. This is like a plug, but I didn't actually anticipate this. But this was like this whole NFT marketplace where you can like sort of generate guaranteeably unique cryptographic. Basically, it's a collage of different elements from asset packs, and then you would like basically have all these sort of NFTs that are like basically an image on IPFS, and then you can like obviously just all the things you do with NFTs, like sell them, buy them, trade them, create them. But it was very interesting. They're like, because they're like, you have this composer. Hopefully I can get it to work at this point because it's right. So you have all these asset packs. I'm just gonna pick the old ones, so to speak. And then you sort of have this composer here that sort of creates these randomized images, and then you can like submit them because it's like based on a seed. You can submit the seed to the chain, and it's like provable that your seed is unique and that you created it at this point, and it's all sort of whenever you open the graphic, it's sort of created from scratch. It's sort of generated again. So it's all in this gallery. But this was like in 2018. It was sort of created as this interesting experiment because that's like when NFTs and like ERC 721 was just like getting started, I guess. And it was just like, I guess I don't know. That's sort of one of my favorite projects that we did.
Yeah, that's amazing. It reminds me very much of like async art, especially with like these different asset layers that you can control. So yeah. I think it sounds like it was definitely ahead of its time. And as we say like earlier, it's all about kind of marketing and the education of the market so that they know about things.
Yeah, exactly.
Is this a project that might revive sometime soon, or should we start making some asset packs on cryptographics?
I'd really want to see it take off. The team is currently very busy with DeFiSaver, obviously. But yeah, I'd really like to find some time for some of us from the team to sort of revive it, get it up to date, and sort of let the people use it. I mean, it's out there, it's working. It's just it hasn't gotten the push that it needs, I guess. It's live now.
I'm so happy that I asked you about NFTs.
Yeah.
And it's great to see a team working on both sides.
Yeah,
Well, thank you very much.
All right, I'll stick around in the Discord. If
bring on
anybody
our
has,
next person. Thank you so much.
yeah, I'm sorry. Right. Yeah, so I'll just stick around in the Discord, and I'll be here if anybody has any sort of questions or recipes they want to discuss. And yeah, thanks for having me. Oh, I think we lost some connection. Okay.
With the recipe builder and oh yeah, it looks like my bars are red.
Okay.
Perfect timing, of course.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was just saying thank you so much for being part of both of the NFTs and DeFi and showing us more of a DeFiSaver today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And as I said, I'm not sure if I cut out too. I'll be in the Discord, so if anybody wants to hit me up, discuss any recipes. All right, thanks.
Thank you so much. So next up, we have Ameen from SpakeChain, and he's going to be talking about Ray as this is Ray. So if Ameen is backstage, we should try and move him forward. I will let you guys know about tomorrow. You know, everyone today has been community sourced, community driven, and us has been here with basically volunteer status. No one's sponsored, no one's paid. They're all here to share their expertise with you and to share what's going on in the DeFi space today. But all week we've got amazing speakers that are experts in their respective field telling you about everything that's happening. So Friday we have NFT Day. Thursday we have DAO Day. Wednesday we have a bit of a Meta Day. So there's a lot of different things that are going to be community focused on that day. So we also have the workshops on the 21st and 23rd, 24th. Those are hands-on sessions where you can meet the experts and some of the protocols that we're talking about, learn a little bit more hands-on about and let me just send a message for Also want to remind people that Gitcoin Grant Round 9 is happening. So if you want to donate to any of these protocols or any of the charitable organizations, this is an amazing time to do that. GiveIth is also in funding rounds. So if you want to contribute to communities that you believe in, there are matching funds that will help support your community. So I recommend that people stop in and check out causes, as well as the community art auction at the end of the week will donate funds towards qualified and charitable organizations through Gitcoin. So I believe Ameen will be joining us very shortly. So I just want to thank everyone for tuning in and for Fest, and to make sure that we are all community first. So everyone here that has helped make this happen. So Tommy, MetaDreamer, and all of MetaGame are all kind of killing it, and we couldn't do without you. So we're so thankful. So I just want to give a shout out to everyone here and all my moderating team that are helping with backup, and Miss Anth as well for doing all of the UI. Jelly from talk is called and also got up the webpage. And thank you everyone that's part of the team that's helped make this happen. So thank you very much for joining us, Ameen. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Do you have slides that you would like to share?
Let's see if I can share screen. I don't see a share screen option.
It's in the far left corner.
Far left corner. Got it. Got it. Okay, now it's on the whole recursive loop. Cool.
Yes.
So I have a
Great. I
presentation
will turn it over to you.
a bit ago. Can you guys all see this? Okay, how do I hit the camera icon again? Ah, perfect. All right, cool. So this is the fun part of doing virtual meetups. Is if this was a meetup, I would say show of hands, who saw this presentation already? But I can't see any hands, so I'm gonna do a rough introduction. This is a talk I gave before we launched Rye, explaining Rye for ETH Global. So I'm going to work through some of it to introduce the project, and then I'll sort of give a snapshot of where we're at right now. So for this talk, it was called Building a Money God. I have framed Rye as a money god. I'll explain why. I'm the co-founder of Reflexer Labs. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about what we're doing. And before we start, I want to talk about why decentralization matters. So this is the beginning of this talk, and it was like framing this project as, you know, in the context of all of the rest of the cryptocurrency stuff we're doing, which is I think, you know, pretty important. So we're building global utilities, right? That's the thing to keep in mind. Bitcoin is a store of value vending machine for the world. ETH is a globally neutral financial system. And the decentralization that we employ is a tactical decision to eliminate the dependence on any centralized leadership, which makes it less worthwhile for people to attack it. And the idea is that there might be nation state actors that try to attack this. There might be, you know, just people that they try to attack it that are, you know, criminals, or maybe they're governments. They do it with regulation. It doesn't really matter. If we build the system to be decentralized, then it'll potentially outlast the countries themselves. And that's sort of the thinking that we come in when we're building things like Rye. So what is Rye? It's a fork of MakerDAO. It's an ETH-backed DeFi asset. It's a stablecoin-ish. It's a volatility dampened index of the collateral. It's governance minimized. It's got algorithmic rate setter for its interest rates, and it's optimized to be DeFi collateral. So the company building Rye is Reflexer Labs. CEO is this guy, Stefan. He's a 22 now, maybe 23, 22-year-old Solidity wizard in the UK. It's got 5 devs. The advisor is one of the co-founders of MakerDAO. This is his original plan for Maker. We've since raised more money from Pantera and Lemnis Cap, and more money from Metacartel Ventures and the Lao, like 4 million total. So happy about that. It was born of frustrations with multi-collateral DAI. So we had single collateral DAI in 2018, which was ETH only form of collateral. And the governance mostly set the stability fee, and I loved it. And it was easy to explain. It's just like, this is backed by some amount of ETH, and it's, you know, pegged to $1. It was very easy to understand, you know, it made sense. But then they, you know, added a lot of tokens and a lot of decisions. And at that point, you know, I was a little less into DAI. I think it's very cool the direction they're taking it, but I'm, you know, sad that there isn't something that is like cypherpunk money as much as I felt the original single collateral DAI was. And so we set out to build Rye to be the cypherpunk money that we want, where we believe that control is liability, where if you have areas that you can control a thing, you know, governance points, permissions, multi-sigs, these are the targets for exploitation and regulation. And then there's social scalability, which is another design objective, which is the idea that the faith that people place in machines scales faster, scales better than the faith they place in humans. You know, something like MakerDAO, you're still sort of trusting in the holders of MKR to make good decisions. whereas in something like Ethereum, it's more informal governance. There isn't really any specific person or set of holders making decisions. It's a rough consensus driven by all the stakeholders, and we more or less trust in the rules of the game. Same with Bitcoin. Bitcoin even more so, where they basically entirely just trust in the rules of the game, and because they do it, they believe that they can stake the rest of their lives on this network and become sort of devout believers in this thing. And the idea is that if you build something in the right way, it can possibly inspire this kind of devotion and become parts of people's daily lives, because what is love but pattern recognition? And if we if we know exactly how something is going to behave, then they kind of can't help but love it a little bit. So yeah, and then we want to break the dependency on US dollars. It's sort of a tragedy in our eyes that there is no dollar alternative for DeFi and sort of for the world. And so we want to build stuff that will create stability but not need to be pegged to other assets. And when we tell people that, they're like, but what is it pegged to? We like to counter, well, like, what's the dollar pegged to? And people then sort of have to recurse and be like, oh, wait, what? Like, the dollar's not pegged to anything. Oh, like, it's actually kept stable by the central bankers and da-da-da. And then they sort of realize that you can actually use that mechanism to try to drive stability for other assets. And there's no central banker monopoly on stability. The rest of this, I talk a little bit about control theory in this talk. I'm going to skip around a couple steps. So I'm going to show you guys Rye in the wild. So this is the Rye ETH pair on Uniswap. It's the top 3 pair by liquidity right now. It's a little bit short of USDC and USDT. I think it actually got ahead of USDC yesterday, and then USDT came back and flipped it. I'm not sure, but yeah, we've been getting more and more liquidity. It's top 6 by liquidity on Uniswap, and the way that people have been using Rye is in a couple different ways. So the way you mint it is you come through this app. This is app.reflexer.finance. It's very similar to MakerDAO. You can see that I have borrowed 120,000 Rye, which is worth about $360,000. I'm leveraged long ETH right now, so pray for me, friends. I have borrowed this Rye using this interface. So you can borrow Rye here. I can borrow 50,000, and it'll hike up my collateral ratio, or will hike down to 160%. And then my liquidation price has been hiked up to $1,600. So if ETH drops below $1,600, I pay a 14% penalty on the remaining ETH that I have in the system. And so then I can borrow Rye, and what I've done with it is I've borrowed it and sold it for more ETH that I've then deposited to push my liquidation price lower. And in that way borrowed, about 50% of the amount of Rye worth that I started out with. So you could say this is like a 1.5x leverage long position. So that's one of the ways people use it. A lot of people play with the redemption rate. So the big thing that we do that's interesting for Rye is this redemption rate. And the redemption rate is really the rate, the speed at which the rate moves around. So with Rye, we're not pegging it to $1. We started off with an arbitrary starting point at 3.14 because we're nerds and we picked pi. And so what happened is for the first 3 weeks, we had an incentive program where we incentivized people to buy and hold Rye and use it to provide liquidity. And so people bought up and bid up the price of Rye and it was much higher than its redemption price in terms of market price. So there's two prices in Rye. There's the market price feed, which comes from the Rye ETH pool on Uniswap combined with our Chainlink ETH USD pool, and this we have no control over. This sort of fluctuates based on market forces, and the peg sort of automatically adjusts itself. And so the cool thing is that the way that our system works is it adjusts its own peg price in order to influence the market price. And so if the market price is significantly higher than the redemption price, there's a negative interest rate, and the negative interest rate pushes the redemption price further down, which is what happened for the first 3 weeks, and you can sort of see it in this chart. So we launch on the 17th. I think the price movements before that are like bots that just snipe your liquidity pool even when you launch it. You can see at the time there was, we actually did hit the redemption price for momentarily, and then sort of over the next couple days we're above it and above it. The price is going to 3.5, 3.6. So that's like 10% would have been 0.3. So at 3.6, it was like almost 20% above, like 15% or so. And then we see it staying above, but then what's happening this whole time is that the redemption price is actually decreasing. And so the peg is going lower and lower as a result of this volatility, being lopsided. And this went on for some time, and it keeps driving the peg lower and lower and lower, this blue line, until about a week ago. And as of a week ago, we start seeing about the same amount of time with the price below the peg as time above the peg, and we see it sort of stabilize. What did we do a week ago? Well, a week ago, we changed our incentive system so that we are only rewarding the people who both mint Rye and LP Rye. And so that eliminated the incentive for people to simply bid up the price of Rye in order to LP, which made the value of simply holding Rye less, and now you had to mint it also. And so some people who already bought Rye to LP with it, they just minted that Rye and sold it. And then other people, just took down their LP positions because they didn't want to mint, or they minted and then started LPing. And that has created a rough equilibrium, and it seems like it's going to stick around here for a while. And so the two things, to zoom out for a second, the two things that have an impact on this price are, on the one hand, the demand to hold Rye, which pushes the market price up, and then gradually pushes the redemption price down, which sort of creates more incentive for people to leverage Rye. And then on the other hand, the demand to leverage Rye and borrow Rye. And so the more people hold Rye, pushing the market price up, there's a negative interest rate, which makes it less attractive to hold Rye. And that negative interest rate is seen as a positive interest rate by the people borrowing Rye. It's the same as if you were borrowing USD and it was hyperinflating. So you could say that while the interest rate of Rye is negative, it's actually inflating faster than the US dollar. So we subjected our own system to this period of hyperinflation. Here's a better picture of this. So this was like the hyperinflation period, and now it's more stabilizing. And so while it was hyperinflating, you were actually being paid to short Rye, to borrow it and sell it. Your debt was being depreciated. And so it was a very good time to short Rye and long ETH or long alts, or just hold in dollars and then wait, and then you could buy back your debt later, and possibly it could be cheaper and make money off of the arbitrage revenue there. A bunch of people did that, and that's part of what contributes to the stability of the price itself. In a positive rate environment, the inverse is true. So your debt is getting more and more expensive, but you are also being paid to hold Rye. And so in a positive rate environment, it's more attractive to hold, which drives the price up, which eliminates the positive rate after a minute. And so the system is basically manipulating its own peg price, its own redemption price, which we also call the target price, with this redemption rate, which is automatically set by this controller to influence the market price to basically converge to the redemption price. That's a big mouthful, but the long story short is we can get crypto native stability, and we may not need external price feeds forever. And if we can do that, then this opens up a whole new way of thinking about money and debt and assets, because maybe we can sort of be the Prometheans of bringing the fire of monetary stability down from the gods, who are the central bankers, and give it to the mere mortals of DeFi, and start experimenting with breaking free from their paradigm. So that's a sort of rough overview of where we're at.
Let's see if we have any questions.
Yeah, we can stop for questions for a sec, and I can explain some other fun stuff too in a sec, if there are none.
Keep explaining some fun stuff to us.
All right, cool. So here's some fun stuff. So I'm not going to get too deep into the control theory stuff. There's a nice field trip link here, but this is how do you stabilize a robot? It's pretty funny. Basically, for Rye, instead of voting on interest rates, we're using a PID controller, and PID controllers are cool because they sort of act autonomously. They have these three different terms: a proportional term, integral term, derivative term. But basically, this is how much error is there currently. The integral is how much error has there ever been, and the derivative is how fast is the rate of error. Is the error rate of change, and then what do we want it to be? And so this is a projection about the future. And so the cool thing about this is it's pretty easy to do the math. These exist everywhere. This is how your car does cruise control. This is how drones fly. This is how all industrial equipment is kept stable. The pressure of this, the flow rate of that, the temperature of this tank, this vat, it's being housing some chemical reaction. So this is stuff you learn in college for any non-computer science discipline, engineering. Now, the cool thing is that central bankers have actually been applying this to monetary policy. And so one of the common rules of thumb is the Taylor rule. And the Taylor rule has this, inflation gap pi, which is an error term, an output gap y, which is an error term. And then it has, ki as a constant. And pi in this case is the difference between the average inflation over the prior quarters and the target level of inflation, which is essentially an integral term. And then y is a real gross domestic product, GDP, as the deviation from central GDP. So suffice to say that there's the central bankers have actually approximated PID control because the different setups they have, the different rules. So this is the Taylor rule. They all have some combination of backward-looking and forward-looking and current terms. And so essentially, we have central bankers who consult a controller, and that gives them the output that they should put in, for their policy making, and then they go do that. Now, the weird thing is that what if, and the sort of fundamental question of Rye, which is why we're trying to governance minimize it, why we're trying to, figure out how we can automate this stuff, is the question is, what if the central banker's role in trying to stabilize the system is actually causing more instability than if we simply delegated the entire responsibility to the algorithm, right? Like, why do we have this like cluster of humans in between the output of the algorithm, you know, when really like people play such a huge speculative game on what the central bank policies are going to be, that we like may be causing more instability just on the guessing game and the speculation around the policies than actual policy. So like it might be counterproductive. I don't know if that's actually the case, but you know, we're going to run on our experiment and see if we can, you know, achieve stability without humans, or to the extent we can achieve stability without humans. And that is the plan for Rye. And these are some, you know, our Discord links and stuff are in this talk, so I can send out a link to this talk. This is way I gave this talk a while ago, because this was before we even launched the demo prototype. This is what our system looks like. Yeah, if there's any questions, now's a good time. There's 5 minutes left.
Yeah, so I think it's really great that you're investigating the math behind all these systems, and especially like the one circuit that you had. It's so reflective of even how AMMs work with how they return profit. You know, where deposit into one pool and generate your yield, put it back in to generate more. I mean, that's pretty much the standard math behind DeFi. I also thought it was really interesting to hear the shorting strategy that the community had when it was, you know, when it's going down. I think that is critical to a lot of like the borrow lending kind of play for DeFi. Is there a way that people can understand the math without having the advanced understanding of mathematics and modeling?
Yeah, and so the math is sort of fairly, I don't want to call it simple or straightforward, I guess I was about to, but the math is such that, you know, it's right now we're just running a P controller in production. So you know, when Rye goes a certain amount above the peg price, the redemption price, there's a certain negative interest rate applied to it, and that just lasts until the equilibrium is reached. And currently at equilibrium, there's no interest rate. And so it's similar to these like lending protocols that, you know, have variable interest rates at full collateralization or not, except the thing that we're changing, it's not so much of an interest rate where you get more units of a currency. We're devaluing and valuing the currency itself. So we're playing with the actual peg price. And that's the sort of difference. The math isn't super complicated to do that. It's, well, once you pick the right numbers, it works. But picking the right numbers is the hard part. Knowing, you know, if the price goes a certain amount above, how much do I need to make the interest rate, you know, negative in order to drive people to sell it? And that has to do with, you know, how people respond to the system. And so we've actually tuned the controller a little bit as we've been going. We made it a little weaker as we went, by about a factor of 2, a little less than 2. So that if you paid very close attention at the beginning, you would have seen a higher interest rate for the same level of, you know, price gap, which we call error, as we do now. But yeah, that. If you're interested in playing the game is easy. You can play it at the like price arbitrage level where you buy Rye when it is below the, you know, when the market price is below the peg price, which we expect it to return to, or you can short Rye, well, mint and sell it, or just, you know, sell it if you've already bought it with stables or whatever below the price. Once it goes above the price. The other part of the game is sort of like playing the interest rates. There isn't a way to long Rye with Rye. You can't like borrow Rye or like borrow against your Rye and buy more Rye right now. But once we're integrated into lending platforms, you'll be able to do that too, and play the interest rates on the way up. And then similarly, you would be able to short Rai against other assets. Right now, you can only really short Rai against ETH because you need to lock up ETH into Reflexer to mint the Rai that you want to sell short. And if we were on, Compound and Aave and stuff, then you would be able to like use DAI and then borrow Rai and then, sell the Rai short. And so we're working on growing the opportunities for a diversity of positions in the space because I think that'll also lend itself to increased stability.
So one of the other things that I caught basically from the key problem that you're solving is kind of reducing a dependency on the oracles. And that sounds like one of the reasons that you've got that pegged token as well. Is that right?
Yeah. So we're trying to not depend on the US dollar as our unit of account. We still end up somewhat depending on it as, because how do you price ETH and Rai against each other? Like you always need a third thing to price two things in. And so Rai can like reference itself as a peg target, but like there's still some amount of oracle in the system right now. We have a whole like governance minimization roadmap where we're trying to remove the oracles, and we want to. It might be the final last thing that we still have to have governance over. And so similar to how Ethereum wants to get to a minimum viable issuance model, like we want to get to a minimum viable governance model, so that if it's just oracles at the end of it, like all right, maybe we'll put it on a 6-month time delay and call it a day. Right.
Well, great. Thank you so much for your time and your insight. That was really amazing.
Cool. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, I'll see you later. So next up, we have Joshua, 0x Joshua from Pool Party, talking about a little bit of staking together. You want to take it away now, Josh? The floor is yours.
Sure. I can't believe you're making me follow Ameen. That's mean. That's a mean thing to do.
The lineup all day has been pretty starstruck, so I feel very pleasured to have had the opportunity to speak with all of them and be part of this. So, yeah,
it's been a great lineup. Nice job.
Yeah. So, Pool Party is a big part of good things happening. So, I thought it was important to have you here too. So,
thanks for having us. Let's see. I can share a screen here, right?
Yes, the bottom left. The monitor says share screen next to the hand, and you can specify an application window as well.
I got it. Sorry for giving you some dead air here.
No worries.
Okay, Chrome tab, MetaFEST.
We see your screen. If you hit
awesome.
the camera again, then we can see your face too.
If I do what now?
So if you hit the camera button again, then we can also see you while you're speaking.
Oh, sweet. Here I am. Hello. I guess I'll give a little bit of intro while that's loading. I'm Joshua. I am the membership steward at Opolis and one of the co-founders of Pool Party with Bill Warren. We both met while, actually, we were both Consensus alum, and we met through Consensus folks. We were both working at this kind of space between politics and blockchain, trying to bring those things together and try to get politicians to really start embracing Bitcoin and Ethereum and use it for fundraising. And so I was working on a project and I was saying, hey, what do you think of this? And 11 times out of 10, they'd say, hey, have you met Bill Warren? And I hadn't. So I reached out to him, and the rest is a little bit of history. But we transitioned from that traditional product, Peeps Democracy, to Pool Party. Is similar vein, but different tact. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to focus on bringing DeFi to DAOs We both live in the DAO space, are active in like Metacartel, LexDAO, Raid Guild, Whaler DAO, got a whole bunch of others that would take me the entire presentation to list them all. But what we really don't want is for DAOs to miss out on DeFi. So we'll start with why DAO, and I'm speaking to a crypto-friendly audience of people who are most likely part of multiple DAOs, so you guys get it. All the different things that you can use DAOs for. What we focus on is more like specific. Well, actually, it's open to any sort of use case, but you can use it for funding a project, for a group of people who want to give grants to things, clubs to come together, DeFi investment clubs. More long term, once we're able to reach a normie audience, these things could be used for HOAs or PTAs, parent-teacher associations. Pretty much any group of people that has some sort of constitution, some sort of governance together, who have money that they've got to spend collectively. The future is DAO. This was put together about a month ago. I don't know if we've breached the 1 billion, but we're getting really close. So between the ETH and the stable coins that are inside DAOs right now in these treasuries, we're encroaching on $1 billion that is locked in DAOs. And by not having DeFi inside of these DAOs, it's a lost opportunity. So DAI is earning about 10% when it's in DeFi, but when it's locked in a DAO treasury, it's not earning anything. Treasuries also are not interacting with all of these different protocols, and so we're developing these minions. We're working on, which I'll get into, and we're trying to make it so that these interest-bearing tokens can be held inside of DAO treasuries. Right now, millions of, probably close to what will be billions of dollars, is being left on the table, and we're trying to make it so that our DAOs can embrace those. So welcome to the party, the pool party. What right now the MVP, the core version of what a pool party is a DAO that when you contribute a token, which right now is just an idle finance token, so that's WBTC, ETH, DAI, USDC, USDT, and a few others, TUSD maybe. Basically an idle token. So let's just use DAI as the example. So when you deposit DAI into a pool party DAO, it's being wrapped into idle DAI, and the idle DAI is what's being held in the treasury. So it's earning the interest, which is not something that most treasuries have. But what we have is something called quadruple dipping. It's 4 bites of the apple. So when you deposit DAI, because of idle's current strategy, you're earning the iDAI, the interest-bearing DAI. You're also earning the idle token, which is the idle finance governance token. You're also earning comp, because what idle is using is they're shopping between the best rates for DAI, and they go between Aave, Compound, and DYDX. So when it's in Compound, you're earning the comp governance token, and then you're also going to be earning retroactively float, which is the pool party token that doesn't exist yet. The 4 bites of the apple is not something that is seen everywhere. So we're pretty excited about that. And then we're also working on integrations with our Aave contracts are almost done. Our Sushi contracts are almost done. We're working on things with a few others that I'm not going to name drop the ones that are in progress because that's how deals fall apart. But what we're trying to do is increase the amount of functionality for what our depositors can do by putting their savings into our DAOs. And that's really what it is. It's community savings pools. And one of the things that sets it apart is the minions that we're developing that will add significant functionality to be able to do different things. So when, let's say you've got a group of people who want to save up $1 million worth of DAI to be able to buy the Ethereum, the hashtag Ethereum cash tag or whatever Twitter calls it, the hashtag hash flag. You want to buy the Ethereum hash flag for $1 million. We want to get a bunch of Ethereum people together. You can put DAI in, it'll wrap into idle DAI, and we'll start earning interest on that. And so it'll cut down on the amount of time it takes to reach that $1 million. One of the neat things with the 4 bites of the apple, and this is something that the standard Molochs aren't able to do, is the way that the tokens that are earned are attributed into the DAO treasuries. So in traditional Molochs, you'd have to rage quit to be able to access those. We've tweaked that so that you don't actually have to rage quit your shares to be able to access that. We're basically making a pitch for taking your corporate DAO/DeFi treasury and putting them into pool parties instead of multi-sigs, because well, we all have short memories, but things go wrong when there's single points of failure. So by taking large sums of money and putting them in DAOs, you're de-risking slightly. You're eliminating a single point of failure and creating a community point of failure at that point. So it's not eliminating the risk, but it's de-risking significantly, and it also increases participation. And then you can reward your community for that participation in a number of different tokens that end up in the DAO and trickle down into DAO shares and are rage quittable. So you can ape into our Discord. That is the presentation part of it. Penguin, do you have questions?
Yeah, I've got a few questions. So you mentioned a minion to help kind of carry out putting the idle assets to work. Is this something that you see as like an extension with Moloch minions?
Yeah, absolutely. And Bill's actually one of the ones who's building those.
Great. So we're going to have like direct DAO integrations that you can upgrade over time then?
Yes.
That's great. And yeah, I really love the Moloch contracts. You know, we use them a lot for DAO House and the Ray Guild and all the other centric DAOs. And so I think one of the cool things that you're offering as a way for like these platforms and groups to kind of stake to grow rather than kind of being baked off of like the impermanent loss of liquidity providing. Is that right? There's no kind of like pairing or loss that happens with this, right?
No, there's no loss. It's single asset, so it's just appreciation. That's really interesting to like what happens when ETH/WBTC is interest bearing. I imagine that would also be able to be deposited. So then you're looking at the underlying asset as the LP would still have the normal LP wear and tear, but you'd be earning interest on it in the pool. We also have no-fi parties, which are for we actually built them for a Whaler DAO project called Tree that would allow the members to pool their tree together to participate in the burning function, because the more tree that is pooled together, the higher DAI you can pull out of that reserve. And then we also built a WETH NoFi party that was for Metacartel, specifically for a validator. So Metacartel members could deposit ETH into a pool party to get up to 32. And then we used Minion to pull that 32 out so that it could be staked as a validator. And so we have a couple years to figure out the reverse side of that of pulling it down and having it ETH too. But the DAO is collectively the owner of that 32 ETH and is the owner of the validator keys.
So being kind of a community of communities, who usually do you kind of see in this space, and how do you interact with the people that are going to be able to like activate a community towards a pool?
It's individual driven. It's been a little bit slower since the gas fees are kind of ridiculous, which is why we're excited about the development the progress we're making in the development with both Polygon and XDAI in trying to make creating these pools a little bit cheaper.
So do you see like pool parties being a way to integrate the minions from both of those and kind of pool together and like in between?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and so the actual pool itself is where the like ownership percentages lie, and then how that moves around outside of the DAO via the minions is kind of an exciting. So let's say we've got idle DAI in the treasury and it's just growing, but we'd really like to take a portion of that and hold, we'll say Rye as an example, because that came right before. Minion could take some of that iDAI to just simply say Uniswap and swap it out for some Rye and put the Rye back into the treasury. So now the treasury is holding both iDAI and Rye. Going back to like the communities that pop up, we've had a couple that have organically popped up around NFTs. So like the goal is to create a pool. You whitelist the people who've expressed interest up front, because joining a DAO on mainnet costs some gas. So when you whitelist them, it cuts out a step. Around the idea of saving up for a large purchase. And right now, NFTs are, some of them starting to get very expensive. So we saw an initiative to try to pool some funds to buy some Mystic Axes. Right now, off-chain development is growing to try to buy a region of Mega Cryptopolis, another game. And I think it was like 50 ETH they're trying to put together. So they're getting soft commitments off-chain, and then once they've kind of gotten that 50 ETH that they need to put together, a pool will be spun up. They'll put the ETH into the pool, and then they'll create a proposal to allow, eventually when these minions are ready, create a proposal to allow the minion to go to a either the native site or one of the NFT marketplaces, make that purchase, and then place the purchase ownership back into the DAO, so that the DAO address is the one who owns collectively the asset.
What you're describing sounds a lot like Kickstarter as well. Has that kind of been what you guys are seeing as well? Like what you're talking about, like grouping together to buy an NFT. Sounds a lot like, it's kind of the flipping it on reverse, like one target, but I could see kind of the opposite. Have you seen that at all?
We've heard that comparison before. So Kickstarter, people use
Collectively,
people are putting
what you're
funds.
describing sounds a lot like.
Did you add something to the stream?
No, someone joined us, and I believe they're watching on another, maybe YouTube or in the Discord, so I muted them.
Excellent. I started hearing myself from 5 minutes ago. I'm like, what's going on? What was your question?
So I was asking,
Kickstarter. So with Kickstarter, you like someone will say, I'm trying to raise money for this thing that I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
and then
I
people
wanna
will
make this set of
collectively put
NFTs. If I get such and such funds, I can do it. Who wants to be a part of it? You all get the alpha mint, and
so you could theoretically do it for that. We're kind of just the platform. Like if people, so there are certain legal restrictions that come with like starting up a team or a company that way, and using that to just kind of issue funds. I don't know. It's really it's an interesting space that's kind of uncharted territories. But specifically for making a purchase, yeah, you could absolutely use a pool party for that.
And does Pool Party take any kind of cut of the pool that people make, or is just the platform?
So the way it's hard to describe. In certain instances, no. In the traditional sense, in the traditional pool that we have, Pool Party takes right now 10% of the interest that is earned upon withdrawal. So the business model for some of these other aspects is not entirely worked out. We imagine the community will make that decision when that time comes. It's kind of, so if, all right, let's say in this example, people wanted to spend 50 ETH on land in some game, right? They'd pool 50 ETH in this NoFi party, and then they would purchase the land that it has a value of 50 ETH, and there's not really a way to fractionalize that. So that, like, if you rage quit, you can't rage quit with a fraction of that NFT, which things get a little bit messy in that sense. But there's also not a cut to have of that because it doesn't have a value until it's resold, kind of. Right? Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. NFTs are a space that I'm not super familiar with.
It's pretty much basically splittable versus non-splittable assets, and I mean, it like forced sharding of an NFT sounds a little bit crazy for the pool.
Yeah.
It basically would mean that nobody can use it at that point. So I think at that point it kind of like transitions to more of like the multi-sig kind of approach, where someone gets kicked off of the signature rather than. I mean, they're still losing complete access.
Yeah. So so like NFTs are not it's definitely something that is on the roadmap for figuring out how to deal with that kind of thing. But it's not what the design was. Obviously, you could do it for that. So let's say, all right. So let's say you buy the land for 50 ETH, and then you sell the land for 60 ETH. Then you're theoretically, your interest earned would be 10 ETH. And so I guess the pool party would earn 1 ETH off of that. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, well, definitely lots of interesting experiments to be had by different communities with different needs. And there's no way we can anticipate what everyone's going to be thinking up with their crazy ideas.
Yeah, the business model for DAOs is not Each one has a different one. So I know DAO House is looking to do like small charges for like certain minions or features that are offered. We're looking to do the same to try to. I mean, DAOs are the businesses of the future, and businesses need to generate revenue.
Well, great. Thank you so much. Do you have any closing thoughts that you'd like to mention?
I guess I'll shield the stuff in my surrounding. Really pumped about my my MetaFactory tee. It arrived a couple weeks ago. This is the first time I've got to wear it on anything, so it's really comfortable. I highly recommend MetaFactory. And then this piece right behind me is an art by Nelly that is an NFT and physical piece of art. So I've been very happy with my my art by Nelly piece. And then for Pool Party, it is live, so you can go to the poolparty.club and then click the app or app.poolparty-club or .club, and you can either join an existing pool or apply to join an existing pool, or you can create your own pool.
One of the other things I noticed in this presentation, you had a very attractive unicorn on the front of your presentation.
Oh, yeah. Let me go back to that real quick. Sorry, where are my manners? Yes, this logo, our new logo, was designed by your very own Penguin.
Actually, that was Sabra's Club that designed that.
Okay.
She drew it. Yeah, I can't take.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Correction. I had no idea. I would have never known. Thank you for attributing that work. We're very happy with our new logo. It's got our unicorn floaty has a tattoo of the token that he or she is hoping to earn. And then we've got a really exciting product that we're like a physical product that we're working on, thanks to Penguin, a flaming corn rubber ducky. So hopefully we'll be getting those just in time for summer.
Yeah, I'm really excited for all that to come, and yeah, definitely stay tuned for Float and Pool Party. Thank you so much, Josh, for coming on today.
Thanks for having me
with us. Yeah, I'm going to now transition the floor, and we are going to meet Jeremy from Balancer. Jeremy, are you there with us?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, Josh.
Hi, Jeremy.
I'm going to say goodbye to you.
Adios.
All right.
Great.
How's it going, everybody?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Jeremy?
Doing great. Yeah, I'll start my screen share. I'm actually, first quick intro. I'm Jeremy, head of growth at Balancer Labs, helping the community-driven growth and sustainability of the Balancer protocol. And today I'm going to be talking about giving you an introduction to Balancer V2, which is going to launch very soon. There's a lot of exciting new stuff to show you guys, so let me get that started.
Yeah, sorry for not having my manners and not having my camera on. Just wanted to, just say thank you so much for joining us. And I love Balancer. They're part of my favorite DAOs are all on Balancer smart pools, and they're definitely one of my favorite ways to engage with liquidity providing. So thank you so much.
Cool. Thanks. Great to hear that. And thanks for having me here. Let's see if this works.
Yes, I can see your screen.
All right.
And I can see you now too.
Great. All right. So yeah, Balancer is the most flexible AMM in DeFi, and with Balancer V2, we're really taking that to another level. From day one, the Balancer community has prioritized creating a platform for developers to build on. And in Balancer V1, the flexible design of liquidity pools allowed these emergent developer use cases to appear and to arise, such as managed index funds, IDOs, which are through a mechanism called LBPs, liquidity bootstrapping pools, smart treasuries, marketplaces like our partnership with Ocean Protocol, yield farming pools like what Yearn did when they first distributed the YFI token, and proof of liquidity staking pools like Aave's recently implemented security module implementation with Balancer BPT tokens. So, Balancer V2 is taking that further, and it's designed to be so flexible that it's a launch pad for anyone to permissionlessly innovate with AMMs, and really pushing the limits of how we generally think of exchanges and AMMs. So starting off with an overview, just like looking at high-level areas where Balancer V2, where like the team focused in developing Balancer V2, and what kind of innovations and improvements have been made. So 4 main areas: security, flexibility, capital efficiency, and gas efficiency. These were the top 4 priorities in building Balancer V2, and I'm going to walk you through some highlighted features that exemplify those 4 areas. So the first is the single vault architecture. So in Balancer V2, there is a single vault that holds and manages all assets from all Balancer pools. In V1, every liquidity pool is a separate smart contract that is holding tokens separately. And in V2, they're all going to be held in one vault. And this decision enables and enhances basically all of the following features that I'll be covering in this presentation. And in V2, there's a separation of the AMM logic from the token management and accounting. And the management and accounting is all done by the vault, while the AMM logic is individualized for each pool. So the second thing is customizable AMM logic. So in Balancer V2, the protocol moves from this singular AMM design to infinite AMM configurations. Every liquidity pool on Balancer can be assigned a specific AMM logic for it to follow. And Balancer V2 will launch with 2 initial versions, and those are weighted pools and stable pools. Weighted pools are essentially the logic of Balancer V1, like a shared pool on Balancer V1. And a stable pool is a pool for like value tokens, which uses the same math as in Curve. I've been watching a lot of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Same math as in Curve, which is made possible by the great work that they've done, of course. And soon after launch, we will have the third type of logic, which is smart pools, which is also being carried forward from Balancer V1. So on Balancer V2, like any developer can build their own AMM logic and deploy a Balancer pool that uses that. And so like what this does is it turns Balancer into this launch pad for teams to innovate with AMM strategies. And they can do that without worrying about a lot of the heavy lifting that they would have to do if they were building an actual, like a whole AMM from scratch, like the low level token transfers, the whole accounting system, the security checks, the smart order routing, all of that is taken care of by the Balancer protocol. All of that comes out of the box in Balancer V2, and it really frees up developer teams to get creative and experiment with that AMM logic component. So there's a lot of really interesting innovation that can and I think will come out of this. And yeah, I think I covered everything on the slide there. Third feature to highlight is asset managers. There was a great article by Fernando, CEO of Balancer, that came out the other week that goes into depth on this. So definitely recommend reading that on the Balancer Medium blog. But here's an overview. So basically all AMMs face this dilemma of capital efficiency, because at any given time, the majority of tokens that are held in a liquidity pool are actually not needed to satisfy the demand for trading. And that means that as people are trading against liquidity pools on an AMM, there's some portion of tokens that are actively needed to fulfill those trades. And then there's actually a very large portion that is sitting dormant. It's not doing anything. So that means that with the right design, with the right system, you could safely use those tokens more productively elsewhere instead of letting them sit there. And so that's what an asset manager is. In Balancer V2, any pool can have an asset manager, which is an external smart contract that is nominated by the pool to have full control over its tokens. And an asset manager's job is to determine a safe amount to withdraw and use elsewhere while maintaining enough liquidity in the pool to fulfill trades. And an asset manager must always keep this buffer, like a cash buffer, in the pool in order to make sure that there is enough liquidity for trades to be executed and not fail. Because if for whatever reason there is not enough liquidity available, then that's what would happen. The trades would fail. So that buffer must always be kept, and the pool needs to be replenished anytime token balance, the balance of tokens crosses below a certain threshold. And that's, all of that is the asset manager's job to manage and to determine. And so some of the reasons why this feature would be used and why people have been pretty excited about it is like two examples. One is the asset manager can temporarily withdraw tokens from the pool, use them for a governance vote, and then deposit them back into the pool. And then another one that is kind of a pretty big game changer is that the asset manager can take those tokens and lend them to a lending protocol, and therefore maximize yield on those tokens, maximizing the return that the LPs, the liquidity providers in that pool, are receiving for their capital. This is a larger like graphical illustration of this concept of a liquidity pool with an asset manager. So like my computer's running really slow, so I hope that that's not just like frozen for you guys. But on the left here is a representation of all of the tokens that belong to this liquidity pool. And on the right is a breakdown of two groups within that pool, two groups of tokens within that pool. So in the bottom right, you have the invested amount, what we're calling, which is those are the tokens that have actually been removed from the pool and invested somewhere else. So they're being put to productive work somewhere else. And then the top right, we see what we're calling the cash amount, which is like that buffer that is being kept inside the vault to cover all trading activity that's happening with that pool. And again, if that cash amount drops below a safe level, then the asset manager has to replenish it by withdrawing some from the invested amount and putting it into the cash amount. So the first ever asset manager on Balancer V2 is being built by Aave, which we announced recently. And to state the obvious, they're going to be building an asset manager that lends tokens from Balancer liquidity pools into the Aave protocol, or through the Aave protocol. And it's a quote here from Stani that, yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and read it. Part of what makes DeFi so exciting is its composability. And with Balancer, this has resulted in a partnership that optimizes the experience for liquidity providers through the Aave Balancer Asset Manager. We look forward to exploring more synergies with Balancer in the future. So that's a super exciting development. We're talking to some other teams about that as well. Actually, before we move on, one more point on asset managers is anyone can build an asset manager, but the pools, so first of all, not every pool on Balancer V2 has to have an asset manager. That's optional. Secondly, there can be many, I mean, this is a permissionless protocol. There can be all kinds of asset managed pools on the protocol. Not all of them will be displayed on the Balancer interface because the community is going to be very careful about what they show there. It's going to have to be heavily vetted. It's going to have to be, very well audited to make sure that it's, safe, secure, not malicious. There could be all kinds of asset managers out there, including malicious ones. So, they have they can permissionlessly do that, but we're going to be careful about like who we display and give people direct access to make sure that it. I just heard like 3 words out of a sentence. I don't know if that was an accident or if someone was asking a question. All right, I'm just going to continue. Let me know. The fourth feature here that I'll be highlighting is gas optimizations. So in Balancer V1, any trade that involves more than one liquidity pool is going to be gas inefficient because that means more than one on-chain transaction has to be made, since again, each pool is a separate smart contract. So this vault architecture enables that in V2, only one on-chain transaction can be made, since all of the tokens are actually just coming from the same contract. So that is a great improvement, but it actually goes further than that because you can also make trades on Balancer V2 without any on-chain transaction at all. And meaning that you don't have to spend any gas at all because Balancer V2 allows users to hold an internal token balance, kind of like a personal wallet within the vault, within Balancer. So that's, especially extremely useful for high frequency traders because, they can deposit tokens into their internal balance and then they can make unlimited trades within Balancer without any gas costs. So they would only spend gas when they deposit and when they withdraw. And this is basically kind of like a layer 2 solution within a layer 1 protocol in the way that it works on a practical level, not on a technical level. So yeah, this is also a golden opportunity for arbitrageurs because it really democratizes access to like profitable arbitrage strategies within Balancer, regardless of someone's level of capital that they have. Because actually, even an arbitrager who has no tokens at all, like 0, but detects a price asymmetry between Balancer pools, can make that trade and make a profit without actually like spending anything. So for example, you could you see an asymmetry between these like 3 pools. So in pool 1, you trade token A for token B, and then in pool 2, you trade token B for token C, and then in pool 3, you trade token C back for token A, and then in the end, you make a profit in token A. So you just receive that token instead of needing to actually make all these like on-chain transactions, which would be unnecessary because you're just basically reshuffling the token balances within the Balancer vault. So yeah, I think that's like pretty awesome, and people are excited about that as well. So just like some other features to mention, Balancer V2 supports 3 types of protocol level fees that are controlled by governance. Those are trading fees, withdrawal fees, and flash loan fees. And at launch, only the flash loan fees will be activated. The other 2 are turned off. That will be under governance control. All protocol fees will be held in the vault until governance decides and votes to allocate them somehow. So that's regarding fees. And the second thing is oracles. The Balancer V2 will provide oracles that are resistant to sandwich attacks and can be queried by dApps with minimal gas spend. And there'll be 2 different types of oracles. One is resilient oracles, which are less up to date but more resistant to manipulation, and instant oracles, which are more up to date but less resistant to manipulation. So giving developers like 2 different tools to choose from. And that's it. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. That was, an amazing kind of culmination of everything we've heard today. I think, especially like following Pool Party, how we're talking about activating our idle interest and idle currency and putting it to use. Being able to do that in the Balancer pool and have the asset manager is just another piece of the puzzle that's just missing. I think this year is really going to cross a lot of borders between DAOs and DeFi, and Balancer is definitely helping make that happen. Thank you so much. Especially the swapping without gas, all that stuff really kind of goes to what we were talking about making things accessible and improving the user interface and experience throughout the whole process. So aside from all of that, like, how do you see pools forming on Balancer? Are people approaching you mostly and it's organic? Is it are pools formed around kind of asset classes mostly, or how do people get started with creating their own smart pools and that process?
Yeah, so first off, like there are different types of pools, of course. On Balancer V1, you have shared pools, private pools, and smart pools. And the number one most commonly type of pool is a shared pool, which is called a weighted pool in Balancer V2. Basically, just a liquidity pool that holds between 2 and 8 tokens that are have a specified weight distribution that is selected by the pool creator. In Balancer, and then smart pools, to finish that thought. Smart pools are they're liquidity pools that are controlled by a smart contract and can change their parameters dynamically, like on the fly while they're live, while there's trading happening, while there's capital deposited. And those enable a lot of the really interesting use cases that have emerged on Balancer, such as LDPs and smart treasuries and managed index funds and proof of liquidity pools and all these really cool innovations in DeFi. So I think that the answer to your question is that it depends on the use case. One of the most popular use cases for Balancer liquidity pools today is liquidity bootstrapping pools, which are this mechanism for token sales that teams, I think, are more and more sort of reaching the consensus that it's the most favorable design out there for having a healthy and fair price discovery process and raising a good amount of capital and for distributing tokens evenly across a community, which those are the results that have happened with LBPs so far. So, in the case of an LBP, teams will often reach out to us because there's sort of a lot of decisions that need to be made in terms of how they set it up, and they usually have technical questions, and we very happily help them with that, and we share resources and guides and stuff like that. But there are also teams that do that permissionlessly, and I think we see the whole gamut of teams that have an idea and it's a permissionless protocol, so they build it, they deploy it, and it's live, and we're just oh, cool, someone made that, and it's actually attracting a lot of liquidity. And then there are other ones where it's more kind of like a partnership, where they're interacting with the Balancer Labs team and the Balancer community to coordinate on some things and brainstorm and help them sort of launch things the right way. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, very much. Thank you so much for all that work. And I've definitely seen the work that you do kind of with communities to massage them and make sure that things are the right way. And you guys have obviously considered tokenomics at a completely higher level than a lot of people. So thank you very much for that. One of the questions that we have is around the L2 kind of gas savings within the protocol. Do you have any idea about when that might be released or how that might work that you can share?
That's going to be released at launch. So once Balancer V2 goes live, that feature will be there for people to start taking advantage. We don't have a super pinpointed date for the launch, but in general, it's around the end of this month. It could spill into the early part of next month. So it's definitely imminent. And was there any other part of the question that I didn't?
No,
address?
so we're definitely looking forward to it, and I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Yeah, I think like this feature. I'm sorry to cut you off. Like, I just think this feature is a really big game changer. I think it's going to definitely impact and improve the experience for a lot of aggregators that are, aggregating liquidity from AMMs and routing trades through like wherever is the most efficient path. It makes a lot of sense. Like if you're an exchange, an AMM aggregator, to hold an internal balance in the balancer vault, because you're going to be making a lot of trades on behalf of all your users, like constantly, and use that to basically have like to be doing like gasless or very, very low gas like trades on a daily basis.
And how much just relative is returned to users through fees? Like how much do users get back of the transactions that happen on Balancer over a given period?
Yeah, so currently the 100% of swap fees on Balancer are paid to liquidity providers. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about gas fees?
No, I'm talking about how much of the swap fees are kind of generated and returned to liquidity providers. Do you guys have metrics about like how much fees are generated and how much?
Yeah. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot. I know that's kind of specific numbers.
No worries.
So one of the other things I love about Balancer that helps with that is like not being stuck to the 50-50 peg.
Yeah, and that opens up so much as far as like it's like a creative space or like a canvas for building all different types of not just liquidity pools, but like DeFi applications that utilize liquidity pools. For example, the Ampleforth USDC smart pool, which is designed for like managing like when one of the tokens in the pool is a rebasing token. Yeah, like, one of the most popular pools on Balancer is the Balancer ETH 80-20 pool, which means that it's 80% BAL, 20% WETH, so wrapped ETH. So, something that's divided 80-20 is a great way to maintain long-term exposure if you're bullish on BAL, or, there are other 80-20 pools, like you're bullish on one asset, and you don't want to get killed with impermanent loss like you would in a 50-50 pool. It's a really like great solution. So yeah, as far as fees, I just pulled up like a general dashboard here because I don't know if I have like more in-depth numbers, but like thus far since launch, there's been almost $47 million generated in fees, and 100% of that has gone to liquidity providers on Balancer. If I had a little more time, I could look up more granular stuff like, fees over the last week. But the point is, like 2 points I would make. One is, as of now, up until now, there hasn't been a protocol level fee that is kept by the protocol. It's all given to LPs. And the second thing that I wanted to mention, which I thought that you might have been asking about, is that we actually have been having this gas reimbursement program that recently was reimbursing trading fees, reimbursing the gas that traders have had to pay while trading on Balancer, if based on like specific token pairs that are incentivized on Balancer. So.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well, and I'm very thankful for that gas return too. So thank you so much for not only making the tools, but also funding people and empowering them to kind of own their own fees. And I think that's always been one of the things I loved about Balancer as well, is that all of the money that's generated is returned to the users in the community. So Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we have our next speaker, I believe, Nirbhik. Are you here? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Jeremy. And I hope everyone takes the opportunity to learn more about Balancer. And we look forward to V2 coming out soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, hi. Thanks a lot for having me over here. And yeah, thanks a lot for organizing this in the first place. Yes.
No problem. Are you able to share your screen or camera?
Definitely. I'll have to. I'll share my screen. Okay. Just a second.
Sorry, Jeremy. I'm gonna kick you out. Give him the floor.
Yeah, I'll drop off. See you guys.
Bye.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes. Yep. The DAP list.
Yep. Awesome. So before we get into the presentation, right? I'll start with how we basically came up with this idea and what we had built, how we ended up basically building this idea, right? On this idea. So this started back in 2017. I was basically working with a branding and design agency back then, handling more than 12-15 clients on the digital marketing side. While doing that, I was researching into the new tech frontiers, and blockchain was one of them. Got into Matic very early, which is now Polygon. Back then, we had like 58 members in community. We started with a lot of developer onboarding and interacting with a lot of developers in India and outside of India as well. We did like more than 100 hackathons over the period, and while doing this, we basically came across. So I basically came across a lot of user onboarding and developer onboarding issues that we are trying to solve with this product. So when I left basically Matic, after that, I started pondering on those ideas and how we can solve these issues, right? So I'll come to this the slide now, the next slide. So that is how it all started. There were few user related issues, few developer onboarding related issues that we wanted to fix, and that's the reason the app list is here right now. So it has 3 stages to it that caters to 3 different problems. The 3 stages are explore, build, invest. Explore is basically related to the user onboarding issues where users generally search. Let's say you have a friend or I have a friend who wants to get into Web3 ecosystem. For him to explore Web3, it's pretty easy. But for a new user, he probably have 3 major channels that he can go to. And what happens is if any of those channel probably pushes him to some of the scam, right, or probably a rug pull, he gets scammed or rug pulled. He goes out and tell this to 10-15 different people, probably in his connections. And what it does is basically word of mouth is very strong. It can probably go good, it can probably go bad, but in our case it's probably going bad because a lot of these people who are going out and telling different people that crypto is probably a scam. It's scary to get into it, and that's the hinge that is there. And that's the reason a lot of people that you probably know, I've seen a lot of people surrounding me, my friends, or people in my family, which says, why are you in crypto, or probably why are you into blockchain, right? So that is one issue on the user onboarding side. I'll tell you how we are solving this, or probably attempting to solve it. Then there are another issues which are relating to developer onboarding. I've seen while we organize these many hackathons in the places overall, all over in India, outside of India, a lot of developers, they start with a nice idea. And there are so many like interesting ideas that are being built. Some are like crazy, but definitely they can try their hands on it. But what happens is after they are done with the hackathon project, they generally tend to, most of them are not able to bring that project into life. What they do is basically they leave their hackathon project like that, and they'll probably start working on some other idea. This happens because they don't have a network where they can leverage that and launch their platform. Even if there are some platforms, they don't know where and how to reach them. The third issue is basically bridging the gap between these users and developers to raise or probably coordinate capital, right? So explore, bidder, invest. I'll come to the very first issue first, right? Um, so the three issues that basically these new users face, the newbies, right? For them, it's the crypto is scary, basically. So what are the issues that they're facing, right? You have seen Google search, that is one channel. There are a lot of ads and platforms which serve these ads, which are probably scam. Then there are these blogs that go out, which they call themselves influencers, and they say top 10 DeFi applications you can try today, or top 10 NFTs you can buy today. But the problem with all three is the first one, it has ads at the top, right? So whenever you search about something, it has an ad at the top, which probably 99% of the times it's a scam. I've seen people copying Aave protocol and running those ads, and scamming people. Then there are ads running on these platforms which are very known in Web3 ecosystem, and generally 90-80% of the times they are generally just clickbaits. And the third one is basically these blogs that go out, or the vlogs that go out, which has like top 10 DeFi applications, but out of those top 10, only 9 are legit and one is probably a paid shell. What happens is basically if someone gets into those scams or that projects, they have a bad experience, and that's what they are sharing out there in the public, right? And when you calculate all the addresses, even being optimistic that one person holds one address in this ecosystem, even if you calculate like the total Bitcoin addresses or Ethereum addresses, the number comes to somewhere close to 2%, and you still have like 98% compared to the people, the total population. Okay, so that's like 2% of the total population that is into blockchain, if you compare Bitcoin and Ethereum both, right? And that being optimistic that one person is equal to one address. So there's a lot of scope out there, and the user onboarding needs to be corrected right now, because we have seen scams in the previous bull run. In this current bull run also, we are seeing a lot of projects playing a lot of games with the users and developers, right? So we are solving this with a nice suite of products. The first one is basically a dApp store. At the front, it's a dApp store, similar to the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. But at the background, we have community governance. And there are two major actors, hunters and voters. Hunters are responsible for hunting applications, uh, moving across the different chains and different niche, going deep into the rabbit holes and finding out those applications which are worth it. Then voters vote on those applications, and every week top 5 applications get listed. So what it does is basically these users are responsible for doing that, and they're rewarded with native token as well as reputation. So reputation can be changed into, what they can do is, while they earn this reputation, they reach a certain level, they can mint rare NFTs which will be designed by crypto artists. Um, and with the token, what they can do is, it's the whole DeFi game theory at the background, where they contribute to the platform, they earn tokens, they can put that token to LP, stake it, and still contribute and earn more rewards what they were getting before, right? So that's the way they are incentivized. If someone goes rogue or someone goes bad, and there's a counter proposal raised by community to delist the application, and the people who are involved with that, if the proposal passes, and the people who are involved with that, they lose their reputation, which is XP, and they also lose their future rewards. So what it does is basically it keeps them incentivized sufficiently to keep working for the protocol and to make the ecosystem healthy for new users to try it. And at the front, a new user can see all the applications that are being validated by the community, which is which has a nice I mean, like, at the front we don't show all those hunting and voting things. At the background, crypto natives are working to do to make those things better, right? Second thing that caters to second issue, which is developer onboarding. We have a launchpad for devs, not specifically related to investments, but it's more of like building the network for them. So we have already partnered with Devfolio. What we are doing is basically in every hackathon, we'll be onboarding these developers to our platform. They will launch on our platform. Once they do it, they have our community to speak with. They also have our network of people that they can reach out to. So they instantly move from a hackathon project to more of the next stage of the product, where they are building the network, right? They're speaking to different people. Otherwise, they don't know where to go, right? So we're building a place where they can come and they can build this network. So we'll have like we already have one legal partner. We have got media and PR influencers. We have so all the services that are out there that uh, they can use or probably take advantage of. So we have got KYC partner, we have got KYC and AML partner, and then we have got a few exchanges that we are speaking to. So they directly get in touch with all these people. And obviously, if they want to launch on dexes, they can do it, right? But if they need the network, they have it ready in front of them that they can use and they can leverage, right? While doing this, what they have to do is they put a small part of token as stake. If everything is good and great, they get the tokens back. And once they launch and the network building is done, they've launched their platform, they're doing good, the tokens are transferred after a certain period. We can fix it to like 3 months or something like that. We are already discussing that on that part. So they get it back. If they go rogue or if they go bad, those tokens are distributed to the people who are affected from them. So the people who are using their platform, they get those token as airdrop because they were affected, right? The third thing is basically coordinating capital, and that's for the TDL users and their product users. So their product users and TDL users, the actual users, get a chance to invest into the project, but in a very small amount. So we'll cap it to something like 50 to 100K, where these users, the actual users of the product, can invest in those projects, while because they are whitelisted, because they hold their token or probably they use their product, right? So you can figure out how many people have been using your product basis their addresses and how many times they have interacted with your project, right? And you can also verify how many people are holding your tokens. So that's how you verify those, you whitelist those people, and they can invest in your project very early, raise a smaller round, and they can get started with building. And if they want to raise more, we will have our own network of VCs and angels to put them forward, right? So we are connectors. We are building this network for these people, right? We are not taking any cut or anything from it. Uh, that's our exclusive, like a V2 dashboard. It's not public yet. V1 was live for more than 6 months now. We have got like more than 102 applications hunted by people, by the community, and they are constantly doing it. So they can hunt application, they can vote on those applications. And that's how the V2 will look like. Although probably I can show you the whole V2 thing if you probably are interested. But these are the snapshots that we have exclusive taken from our product to showcase over here. That's how the listed this week section will be there. So top 5 projects will be voted projects will be listed over here. So why use TDL, right? So we have a permissionless system where community decides which protocol or which application needs to be listed, which needs to be relisted. There's no central backdoor to it. Then we have got developer support tools where we onboarding these developers to Web3 ecosystem, and that's the reason we have called it. The presentation is called as Adoption 3.0, right? So if we want adoption, we needed the three basis the Web3, how the Web3 works, right? So that's how we call it like Adoption 3.0, because we want to do it the way the community works in Web3 right now. So developer support tools, we have the launchpad for these devs to launch on our platform. Another USP that is basically safer user onboarding, because the permission listing makes it and the incentives and the reputation system at the background makes it better for makes it safer for these users to explore Web3. That's a small comparison between our platform and other Web2 and Web3 listing platforms. We have got dev support tools, incentivization, reputation model, and basis the reputation model, incentivization is done. Focus is to build for Web3 first, and then slowly move to Web2 to bridge the gap between Web2 and Web3. So Web2 users will be able to explore Web3 applications, and Web3 users will be able to definitely stay in Web3. But also, if they want to explore Web2 space as well, they can do it. Growth trajectory, we have seen more than 3K users over the period during our V1 that has generated 7K plus sessions and 10K plus page views over the period. Maximum coming from US. That's our growth trajectory over the period, like 9.47% month on month basis. And I'm basically we are a team of 2 right now at the leadership, and then we have other 3 members. I'm leading the business, and Siley is leading the tech. And yeah, that's it. Happy to take any questions that you have.
Yeah, thank you so much for that introduction to the DApp list and reviewing a whole bunch of the different options that are available to us with Web3 and how it's better than Web2.
Yep,
That was I really appreciate you coming on. Let's see. I think let me see if there are any questions. I don't see any questions.
Perfect. I was probably able to explain it in a way that, and obviously the idea is very simple, but we are trying to solve that with community governance, and everybody I think is familiar with community governance over here. So, yeah.
I think one of the big things that we heard today is that we need more people telling the story and like being able to explain it in a way that people can understand. So I think, continuing to do that is critical for adoption and for all of us to kind of grow at a good level.
True. I agree to that, definitely. And if anyone gets a question, I'm available in the Discord. They can drop me a message, or they can drop also in the public room as well. I'll be more than happy to answer those queries.
Great, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. By the way, I like the basically the thing you have at the back, right? The NFT.
Oh, the punk. Yeah. So I bought this one, and so when I bought it, someone said, "Hey, since you own the punk, you gotta get the print." So they sent me the physical print. I docked myself, and they sent me the wood carving. So this is like an actual like wood plank that's carved in, and then the physical print here.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm really big into the digi-physical kind of collection. It's one of the things I always try to do for my own works.
I think the pool party person was also into NFTs, and he had a nice painting at the background. Probably in the next presentation, probably I will also have a something like that.
Yeah. So these are some of the ones that I did that are my pieces. So I like to do digiphysical piece work too. So I always make like a actual physical copy of the ones that I make. So I don't make very much art, but
Awesome.
yeah.
So those are NFT. Can we probably buy those?
So these are NFTs, and then so these are kind of my homemade ones. These ones I poured all the resin for them and sanded them down. But I've got more professional ones that I'm making for the people that bought the NFTs.
Awesome. That's amazing to know. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for having me over here.
Vanilla, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sorry, the testing room allowed me to use Firefox, but the live room only allows me to use Chrome. I was unaware. I was caught unaware, but I think we're still going to be able to make it work.
Excellent. Yeah, I noticed that as well, that they wouldn't let me use Firefox. So we can see your screen now too.
Yes, and I do not have a camera to share, so.
Yeah, no worries. I kind of invited you on last minute. I figured with everything that we were talking about with DeFi today, I had to include some of my favorite wrapped assets in this mix. So thank you so much for just hopping on to tell us more about Aavegotchi.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will thank you for prefacing it that it was last minute. I am not prepared at all, but I'm happy to give everybody a little walkthrough of what I know about Aavegotchi. First of all, I'm Vanilladelphia.eth /ethtard.eth / a couple other names. I have been around with Aavegotchi for, I don't know, since before the Ghost token was a thing, just helping them with their community. I've been an apprentice, an artist. These are all like community roles, which generally anybody can get. So I'll talk a little bit about that too. Go ahead, Penguin. Did you have a question or? I didn't hear your question.
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to fix my camera. It looked like my camera was stuck.
Oh, that's all right.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. So anyway, I'll start here, which is Aavegotchi.com, which is where all the action happens. So for those of you that don't know, an Aavegotchi is basically a little NFT ghost, which is also a yield generating DeFi asset all in one. And it's incredible. So I'm going to explain, I guess, a little bit about how to play it and what is going on here. When you first come to the app, you'll be greeted by this screen. And this is a new addition here, the Connect to Matic button. So the entire game is now played on Matic or Polygon. So kind of fitting with some of the other people that we're talking today. So if you can click on that button and it'll switch the network for you. So just a neat little feature. You still would have to bridge your tokens over beforehand, which I'd be happy to help walk anybody through. But you can also do that right on the Aavegotchi app as well. So from here, you see a bunch of different things. You see your gotchis, obviously, which will have all your Aavegotchis inside of it. If you go to the play here, you can see your portals. I'm not going to dox myself with my portals right now. But you've got your Aavegotchis here. So we can click on those. I'll give you a little alpha leak on my Aavegotchis, which they're not all loading right now. Oh no. So we'll pull up one of them. So yeah, you can see it just looks like a little ghost. It's an NFT, and each piece of wearable equipment that you see here, the helmet, the skateboard, the knife, the pants, those are all also NFTs. and all of this entire game is on chain as well. So we'll just pet him a little bit here. And I think I'm not connected.
But that's so awesome right there. And like petting him really touched on one of the things we said on the first day's keynote, and that Jin mentioned
really weird
pets are going to be kind of this experience that we have. So just seeing you pet your NFT to make it happy is exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, I think I might be having some issues with like the screen sharing. It's getting kind of funky here. But I assure you, yes, you pet your Aavegotchi. It gives you a little smiley face. It's so happy that you pet it. And then your kinship number increases. So that kind of, what is the kinship number and what is all that? It brings in a whole another layer of DeFi tokenomics. Anybody that's into tokenomics or just how these kind of tokens and different things play along with each other, this is going to be really interesting. I'm going to also talk about the wiki here, because this is another community thing. This is all put together by the community with the support of the team, obviously. So I'll link this too. So, I mean, it's not, on the surface, it looks like it's, you know, a little Tamagotchi that you can pet, you know, but if you dig a little deeper, you'll see it gets very involved and very complicated and makes it so I think it'll be fun to be played for a long time. So we were talking earlier with Marc from Aave. Inside each one of the Aavegotchis is some sort of a collateral stake, which we call the spirit force. So what that spirit force is A tokens. Originally, when the game was supposed to be launched on the Ethereum main chain before the gas was outrageously expensive, it was planned to be used with just the regular old A tokens. So almost, I'm not going to say all Aave A tokens, but there are many, all the heavy hitters, if you will, ADI, AUSDC. These are all can be used as collateral in your Aavegotchi, and they continue generating the yield as if they were an interest-bearing A token. So if you're not familiar with Aave, when you deposit a let's say a DAI token inside the protocol, in return you'll get a DAI, which generates a certain interest, which is defined by the protocol. So while it's in your Aavegotchi, it remains to generate that interest as well. And then since we moved to Matic, they had to come up with a way to move those A tokens over to Matic as well, and they did. Shout out to Nick Mudge and everybody else in the team who figured that one out. So yeah, I mean, Aavegotchi, we just recently launched. The portals sold out very quickly. So we've got a couple of things going on now, which also might be of interest to everybody that's involved in the DAO space. We've got a DAO vote that's just about to go up, I think in about 24 hours or so. You can check out the Medium article on that over here. I'm going to link that in the chat as well. So they're going to be having a DAO vote on the next portal drop. How many portals? Should we even have one? There's lots of discussion around that. Also, another raffle is upon us. The big L2 raffle. You can win some awesome wearables. Speaking of that, I didn't really talk about the wearables that much.
That's what I was thinking. I was going to ask you what your favorite wearable is that you have.
Oh, well, hands down, my favorite wearable. Oh, they added all the new ones already. This is my favorite wearable right here. The beer helmet. Because I made it. That's why I like it so much. No, but honestly, I don't know. What is my favorite as far as like what's the best? Anything godlike is pure godlike. We've got some community members that have been fighting over the uranium rods because they are very powerful. Also, I'm just scrolling through here. Every one of these items, if you can see my screen, is in the game right now as a wearable that you can purchase and you can put it on your little Aavegotchi. And not only is it a wearable that looks cool, it also gives you some kind of stats in the game too, which will come into play when season 1 starts and rarity farming becomes a thing. So with rarity farming, yeah, you'll be able to. Which one? Go ahead.
The Rex sign, is that any good? That's the only one that I got because I loved it so much.
Which one was it? I didn't hear what you said.
The Rex sign. That one right there.
I love it. That's one of my favorite ones. This is Brain -4, which honestly is very powerful. I've come to see as I've been like scouting these things out and like, what do I need? Anything that's like one stat plus or minus and nothing else is usually pretty good, I think. Because sometimes you just need that. Oh man, if only I had like 6 more brain, I'd have this great link cube because Link Marine's smart. I mean,
yeah, thank you. Sorry to derail you with my Rex sign.
No, I love the Rex sign, dude. Well, and I think that is part of the Marc Zeller set, which is very topical. We talked to him today. So he's got a great set, beautiful hair, beautiful shirt, and the Rex sign. And set bonuses will be a thing. Some of the other Aave founders, this is Stani's set. He's got a boat, a little life jacket, and a great haircut, great head hair on that guy. Most of these were from previous raffles. So the great thing about the raffles is, it gives anybody that's active in the community or holds, stakes even a small amount of the token, has a chance to win, some really cool wearables. So all of these, I think, except for the OKX. All right, maybe not all of these. I'm lying. Yeah, but we got, the Sushi Chef. I mean, there's so many great sets. I'm just looking through. This is my favorite page of the wiki, so I always get caught here. You just tell me when I run out of time. Yeah, so we've got obviously the DAO too. It's a path to decentralization. We're right now going through a lot of the stuff with Snapshot, trying out Snapshot, and just recently opened a discourse forum, and we're doing a lot of governance on the Aavegotchi Discord as well too. So I guess go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for that introduction. I think that gives people a lot of information and a lot of the reasons why they should go start collecting some virtual yield-bearing pets.
Yeah, I'm upset that I couldn't get this working right. I think it's my all right, let's see if there he goes. There, he's excited about that. Abitalic. There you go. And then so yeah, his kinship increases, and
yeah, I like the way that you guys say friends. Friends.
Oh yeah, friends. Yeah, friends. So friends are what you get from staking. So if I go back here, we can go to the stake section. Again, all of it's from Aavegotchi.com. You can just go to stake your ghost. Everything happens on Polygon now. I'm doxing my friends. I haven't spent them yet. So yeah, you can input there and it'll tell you how many friends you're going to get per day. It's And then once you get your friends from staking, you can then buy your raffle tickets here. And I have one godlike ticket, yes, and I will enter one godlike. So hopefully I win. It has happened before.
Yeah, I entered 3 mythics and I didn't win.
No, I was this is the first raffle where I'm actually gonna get anything mythical or above. Every previous raffle I went legendary or below, and I made out pretty well in most of them.
Yeah, I got a few under legendary, but yeah, awesome wearables. Thank you so much, Vanilladelphia. Thank you very much for everyone else that came and spoke today, and for helping make DeFi Day. I'm going to help sign us off, so feel free to disconnect.
Excellent day. That was fantastic. I'm glad I didn't miss this one. I'm glad I was awake.
Yeah, basically from start to finish, everyone that we had today was amazing. Thank you very much, from Ameen to Arjun to balancers Jeremy, Leo, MachiX, Harvest, Powerpool, and everyone else that was here. It really helped us kind of think about what's going to happen in this next year and how we can empower our funds to empower our communities. So now I'm going to wait for Jelly to take us off the air. So Jelly, do your thing.
Bye.